Welcome, everybody. Welcome to all of you who are joining us remotely and to all of you here at the Graduate Institute in Geneva for our event where we ask the question, can we beat the chimps with data and statistics? My name is Claire Doul.
And I am Christine Meyer. Good morning also from my side. I'm very pleased to lead you together with Claire today through this exciting conference. If you would like to tweet, please use #BeatTheChimps.
You may be scratching your head and thinking, what does this title mean? Well, a little bit of explanation. Hans Rosling, the late and very famous Swedish doctor and academic, proved again and again that we humans think we know more than we do. And when answering questions, we often do worse than the chimps, who just pick answers randomly, but do better. So during the day, we're going to be laying down a series of challenges where we see whether we can beat the chimps.
Beat the chimps with data and statistics sounds somehow funny, but there is an interesting point here. We need to encourage decision-making based on data and not on emotions or some thoughts or some thinking, just like this. Policy makers often talk about evidence-based decision-making, but do they really practice what they preach? Well, ladies and gentlemen, Geneva is the great place to start the discussion today, launched by the Project Rosling and what was the name of it? The Gapminder Foundation. Since there is a lot of data collection and also processing into international organizations here and also the NGOs.
And we're going to hear from the founder of the Gapminder Foundation, Ola Rosling, in a moment, who's going to be joining us remotely from Stockholm. But we have a question to start. So if you're in the room, you will see on this slide there is a QR code. So you can take your mobile phone and you can just take a picture of the QR code. If you're joining us remotely, or if that doesn't work, because sometimes technology lets us down, then just go to slido.com, and the event code is actually Beat the Chimp. Okay, so hopefully I'm not standing in the way of that QR code. You are very fast on the draw. What's the life expectancy of the world today? So we can see this is a little bit like election results coming in, but they come in faster on Slido. So we can see that most of you are going for 72.9, but there's a few of you who think 55 is where we're at. Let's just see whether any of that changes dramatically. And then I think it's about time to put you out of your misery and to ask for the result. What's the correct answer? Hey, you're doing well. 1 up for the humans against the chimps. Superb. We are going to keep this very visual today because many of you will know that it's the visual channel of communication that really is the strongest. So as well as a series of Slido polls, I'm delighted to welcome onto stage Enrico Chavez. Please come and join us. Enrico is amazing in that he is a chief statistician for Nestlé and a cartoonist.
Welcome, Enrico, here on stage. Enrico, what can we expect from you today?
So what we can expect is cartoons. So I'm the cartoonist.
Here we are.
So this kind of cartoon. So this is a tribute to Mr. Hans Rosling. And I will be actually drawing during the whole day and share my cartoons at the end of each session.
What do you think? Are we going to beat the chimps today?
It's a good start already.
Thank you very much. Thank you. No, you can take the microphone with you. And now we start with the program, and we are delighted to welcome here on stage Mr. Alain Berset, Federal Councillor and President of the Swiss Confederation. Welcome. Bonjour.
Merci beaucoup. So, Mr. Director General,
Ms. President of Gapminder Foundation, ladies and gentlemen, Hans Rosling was a champion of statistics, and as such, also a great enlightener. But he was more than that. He was an eminent evolutionary theorist. And until Rosling, we were convinced that humans descended from apes. But then came Rosling. He gave a knowledge test to chimpanzees, and it turned out in a multiple choice test they get better results than humans. So, statistically speaking, chimps know much more about the world than we humans do. And ever since we have been wondering, was Darwin perhaps mistaken? Was it not apes that descended from humans? What is the other way around? Copernicus, Darwin, Freud, Rosling. In any case, the fourth blow to the narcissism of humanity is by far the worst. And of course, this puts pressure on me as a representative of the human race. As a politician, one normally thinks, how can I be more convincing than another politician? But when speaking about Hans Rosling, you automatically ask yourself, what am I even doing here? Wouldn't chimps give a much better speech anyway? Now, seriously, ladies and gentlemen, Hans Rosling showed us just how wrong we were in many of our assumptions about how the world works. He showed us that our mindset and the data set are worlds apart, and that we have to keep checking our narratives for their reality content. He also exposed the institutions of world knowledge, governments that fail to make use of their data, schools that work with outdated data, the media that tend to focus on bad news and reinforce our own tendency to always see the negative side of things. Distorted images and cliches shape our worldview more than facts and figures, and so the foundations on which we make political and economic decisions are fragile. The good news is that we can do it better. We can do better, and indeed, in view of the massive challenges of our century, we must do better. Ladies and gentlemen, the 2021 UN World Data Forum was a very important milestone on the road to Bern. It was a Swiss initiative that aims to convince experts, but also a broader public, to foster statistical fact-based thinking, especially when it comes to the ambitious 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. Progress can only be made if we have robust data at our disposal. That is true of the fight against poverty and famine, just as it is for efforts on gender equality, on global public health, and not least the decisive matter of climate change. I think, ladies and gentlemen, it is no coincidence that the first Project Rosling event that Switzerland is co-organizing with the World Health Organization is taking place here in the international Geneva, where 39 international organizations and 432 NGOs accumulate immense volumes of data that can help us to improve our analysis and decision-making. Project Rosling invites you all to make use of this wealth of data. It is not possible to say whether we will achieve the goals of the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. That is a question of political will. That is really a question of political will. But there is one thing we do know. If we really do want to achieve those goals, we can only do so on the basis of solid facts. And on that note, I hope you have some insightful discussions today. Let's show those chimps. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. President, and indeed that message that we do have to keep on checking our narratives, whether it's the media or the government. Now, let me introduce somebody who is really from the custodian of health data, that organization, very familiar to many of us in Geneva, the World Health Organization, and it's my great pleasure to ask the Director General, Dr. Tedros, to say some opening words. Sir, the floor is yours.
Thank you, moderator. Your Excellency, President Alain Berset, and my friend Ola Rosling of the Gapminder Foundation, Excellencies, dear colleagues and friends. I would like to start with a special thank you to my friend, Your Excellency, President Berset, for your leadership in positioning Switzerland at the forefront of data and digital innovation. Over the last 3 years, data and statistics have been vital to the response against the COVID-19 pandemic. Cases, deaths, and hospitalizations, vaccination rates, case fatality ratios, growth rates, epi curves, and so on. These statistics have been discussed and debated not just by politicians and epidemiologists, but in the media and around the dinner table. They have shaped decisions at the local, national, and global level on public health advice, with huge ramifications for individuals, families, businesses, schools, and economies. Where and when people need to wear a mask, instructions to stay at home, limits on how many people can meet, and more. I think that made us all sick and tired. Good data is vital for good decisions that can be the difference between life and death. My late friend, Hans Rosling, understood this better than most. He was a visionary and an advocate for strengthening the global data ecosystem. Hans knew that we need more than just numbers to understand the world. We need insight from across sectors with the ability to connect the dots and think critically. Project Rosling and all the partners here today are continuing his legacy by building on momentum from the United Nations World Data Forum and the Road to Bern dialogues in 2021. WHO was honored to take part in the first dialogue with the World Meteorological Organization, which sparked ideas on how we can use our comparative advantages to improve data and early warning systems. This includes robust data governance that promotes access to health data while protecting security and privacy, both areas that WHO is committed to supporting. It also includes projects like the UN Data Hub and WHO's own World Health Data Hub in partnership with Microsoft and others. These hubs will serve as the weather bell for data that we hope can be used to improve health and save lives. I thank the Swiss Federation for their leadership in this work, along with UN agencies, civil society, academia, policymakers, and the private sector, who are all contributing to building a better, healthier world through stronger data systems. Together, we can bring data experts closer to end users through data literacy, stewardship, and knowledge exchange, all areas that Project Rosling is championing. Let me leave you with 3 priority areas. First, we must encourage governments to invest in more robust data and statistics systems to drive progress towards the sustainable development goals. We simply cannot continue and will not reach the SDGs with the under-resourced and fragmented health information systems which persist in many parts of the world. Second, we must connect data experts with policymakers, academia, the private sector, and civil society to drive evidence-based decision-making and rapid response, especially for health emergencies. And third, we must improve data literacy and awareness among the general population. Hans taught us that data can be immensely powerful when we use it to tell a story, not simply to convey facts. WHO is committed to honoring his legacy by using data not just to make charts and graphs, but to save lives and protect health, to tell the story. I look forward to continuing our collaboration. By the way, I would like to use this opportunity to share with you, I just had a brief meeting with His Excellency, the President of the Swiss Federation earlier. This year is WHO 75th anniversary. Of course, we will engage you in many ways to celebrate the 75th anniversary with us. But if you have any crazy ideas, would appreciate it if you can send us any ideas that you have for our 75th birthday. Thank you so much. And moderator, back to you.
Thank you, Dr. Tedros, and indeed, crazy ideas are always welcome. As you said, good data and good decisions around data can really make a difference between life and death, as we saw during the pandemic. A quick note on your program. Unfortunately, the Minister of Finance from Albania was unable to join us. We are delighted, though, that Ola Rosling is able to join us remotely, but before he appears on the screen, he has set you 3 more questions. So you know the pack drill, you know what to do now. Remote audience, slido.com, beat the chimps. Audience here in Geneva, please take that QR code, and we can see there's a question there about in Senegal, how many children went to school. Now, this time, I am not going to put you out of your misery with the results, because we're going to leave that to Ola. So let's just see. People always like the first one. I wonder why that is. So 75% is the best answer. 63% of you are saying that 75% of children aged 7 to 11 in Senegal went to school in 2017. There we are, before the pandemic. Okay, I leave that one with you. I hope that Ola is taking note of the result. The next one, a very Swiss one, about how many people worked in the restaurant and hotel sector in 2019. There's a pattern here. Oh, around 28%, 35% of you think, but that's neck and neck with around 28%. Oh, it's changing as we speak. And some people think it's around 20%. What do we think? Let's come to a close. Again, most people in the audience think that it was around 16% of people who worked in that sector in Switzerland. And let's note that one and come to the next one. the amount of oil and natural gas remaining in known reserves. Very geopolitically appropriate. Reduced to less than half, more than doubled, or remained about the same. So again, that first option seems to be the one that is making everybody click. On 47% of people say that during the past 40 years, the amount of oil and natural gas remaining in known reserves reduced to less than half. Okay, so I think it's time to bring in someone who really knows the answers and most probably can beat the chimps. Ola Rosling, obviously son of Hans and founder of the Gapminder Foundation. Ola, I know that you're joining us remotely from Stockholm. Welcome, welcome. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much. First of all, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Excellent. So thank you very much, Tedros and presidents and all the 356 people who dared to take the test online. People on the live stream, very welcome. This is extremely exciting. I am a co-founder of Gapminder together with my father, Hans. And so far today, you have forgotten to mention the woman who is the smart one, my wife, Anna. She is also the co-founder and had many of the creative ideas which are now attributed to the old white man, which Hans hated. But I won't dwell about that, who did what, because we keep fighting the misconceptions, and I want to continue now to show you the results from this little test that we just did. Here are the natural reserves that are known for natural gas and oil. As we started using more fossil fuels during the last 40 years, we discovered even more. So the known reserves today are twice as large as they were 40 years ago. And this is the opposite what people believe. I couldn't see the results in the room here, but this is one of 9,000 fact questions which we at the Gapminder Foundation has been developing around the SDGs, the Sustainable Development Goals, during the last 5 years after we published the bestseller Factfulness, in which we had 12 questions. So today I'm going to test you on questions that have not been used. They are published in our online tool called the Worldview Upgrader. So this is one of them, which I just asked you. We have asked this question in UK, Japan, and Brazil, the 3 survey countries. Correct answer is 75, and I was very disappointed that the audience who answered on Slido were so correct. I hoped I could immediately prove that you were worse than chimpanzees. Congratulations, a vast majority of you picked the right answer. This is very, very unusual. You can see how in country after country, instead people tend to go for the lower alternative. For Senegal. Of course, there are stereotypes about Africa, one might think. And it's very easy to jump to the wrong conclusions. Let's look at replacing it with Zambia and asking about vaccination instead. The percent of children vaccinated against some disease. Correct answer, 85, and people go for the lower alternative. Well, Zambia is also an African country, you might think, but if we replace it with North Macedonia and ask about the school enrollment, we see a similar pattern, and we can do China with access to electricity. Pretty much any development indicator we put in with the country name, we have a underestimation or for all of them. So we decided 2 years ago, together with the Dubai Expo, to test all the countries. And now I'm going to reveal the results of what we call the Gapminder Index, where we measure the stereotypes about countries. Here are the averages of the results from Russia, US, UK, Japan. The results, as you see, 16% picked the correct answer on average across these countries. And that means put the And it's 65%, whereas in reality, the government say 100%, maybe it's 99.5 or something. But actually, during the last 30, 40 years, almost everyone in China have had access to electricity, some electricity, of course, with some interruptions. So this was electricity. Let's put in the three indicators: vaccination rate, school enrollment, and electricity. And here you see the results for China when we ask in Russia, Japan, and UK. So we asked in these three places using Google surveys. It's documented online. You can see the link. My slides will be available after the presentation. The progress then, if we divide these three percentages, we can see in reality China has made 99% progress or so, but people think it's 72. That's the perception. Okay, let's look at all the countries. Here is the progress in those three indicators: vaccination, schooling, and electricity. Most countries, as you can see, are at the top of the screen, having almost 100% of all these in terms of coverage, and then, of course, not all countries followed. And now look closely. This is how people perceive the world. These are the guesses from the public in small surveys in Japan, Brazil, and UK, done 1.5 years ago. You can see the perception. I color the bubble yellow if it's almost correct, and purple, dark purple, if it's very wrong. And look now at a country which is completely misperceived, not by you in the audience, but by the public. Senegal is up on 80% on average. Of course, there's uncertainty in the data. Let's assume above 70. I always add 10% or so to these kind of statistics. You never know exactly. But the public perceives Senegal as being on 18% coverage of enrollment, vaccination, and electricity. Of course, companies fail to invest in Senegal with such worldview. This has severe consequences. If we look at the high income end, on the x-axis we have income. I have that in almost all my graphs. On the high income end, we can see Sweden and Switzerland, and I'm happy to declare that we are the least misunderstood countries in the world, Sweden and Switzerland. Maybe that's why we love statistics so much. In Singapore, Qatar, UAE, and Saudi, which are rich countries, but they became rich lately thanks to oil, etc., they are underestimated severely, even though they are as rich and as progressed as many of the other rich countries. The perception is very bad. Let's put it on the map. Look at this map. It shows stereotype. The purple countries are underestimated severely by the public. Can you see that Western Europe is yellow and the rest of the world, well, sorry, US, Canada, English-speaking former colonies, and then Japan and Korea. Everything else is severely underestimated by the public in Japan, Brazil. If you come from one of these countries, it's almost all the countries. It's the former colonies. You have experienced personally this disrespect for the progress that your country has made. This has personal consequences and is very hurtful to people across the world, but it also means we fail to invest and collaborate across the globe. So these stereotypes means that 7 billion people are on average 52% underestimated across electricity, vaccination, and school enrollment. We didn't have more resources to do this study seriously. So this is a pilot. You can see the methodology. I'd like to do this more seriously with more indicators to measure the misperception of the world. So we basically don't understand what's going on. When we look at the rich countries, the misconceptions look differently. Switzerland, I asked you, I failed to grab the numbers when you answered. But when we ask about a tourist industry in a rich country, usually people overestimate it because it's what you see. And that's how our brains work. What we see is all there is, said Kahneman in his book, Thinking Fast and Slow. And people see the tourist industry in Switzerland, so they think people work in hotels and restaurants. If you replace Switzerland with Sweden, you get exactly the same pattern. So the misperceptions are predictable. And this is interesting because they follow systems of guessing and intuition. And this means we can fix the problem. We don't have to learn all the numbers by heart. We can learn the patterns and counterbalance them. So whenever you get a question about a former colony, add 50% to your guess in terms of progress, and you're going to be much more correct about the world. So here is a graph relating to another question which I asked in the test about income. This graph you saw my father show a lot. It's actually my second-year thesis in economic history, which made my father very famous. This shows all the countries moving to the right when they get rich. Now they have flags, so it's easier to spot them. And that was the Spanish flu. That was a really terrible pandemic compared to what we just went through. Then the world came up again on life expectancy, you can see. And I'm showing this because there was a question in the test where you scored really, really bad. In 1990, more than half of the world population lived in so-called low-income countries. That's what we call level 1 in the factfulness book. It's almost the same. This is PPP dollars instead of currency rate. But the question was, how many people live in so-called low-income countries? And since then, look how the majority to the left in this graph have become richer and richer and richer and richer. And even you in this prominent audience who probably loved my father and his BBC documentary, you failed to answer this question correctly. How is that even possible? In 1990, 58% of people lived in so-called low-income countries. What is it today? Of course, it's 9%, because most of these countries got richer. Bangladesh and China and India moved out of low income. Of course, there are more people still left in extreme poverty, a lot of them, but the majority actually moved up the income scale. So correct, you can see we asked this in 32 countries with Ipsos Mori, and here are your results. You scored only as good as Saudi Arabia, the best country. UAE and China are at the top. Maybe they watch other news, I don't know. But everywhere we ask, people score very low. When we ask a chimpanzee, as was mentioned before, they just don't read the text, they pick a banana, and 33% score correctly. Humans are very predictable in how we perceive the world wrongly. We know there are lots of people in poverty, and we answer with our hearts. We don't want to neglect their suffering. So in Sweden, for example, 7% answer correctly. And the 43% of you answered 60% actually thought the population increased in low-income countries. But those countries are not low-income anymore. 75% of humanity live in middle-income countries. Let's also look at the world population and distribution, which was in the Factfulness book and in my father's TED Talks. You should really watch them again, I think, because I asked, where do people live? This kind of statistics, as you see, is a fancy, nice, detailed picture, but the human brain cannot fit it inside. So we need to simplify brutally data to place misconceptions. Look at these 8 billion people. Now it's 8 billion, right? Where do they live? Well, this is the answer. 1 billion in America, I rounded the billions, 1 billion in Europe, East and West, and 1 billion in Africa. And then the other 5 live in Asia. That's where humanity lives. Here in Sweden, we're so far away you can get roughly from the world economy. So 1115 is the pin code to the world. If you want to open the world market or see where medical research is going to happen, it's probably where the 5 billions are, right? But you probably don't have a typo in your CV. Still, you put 1 billion people on the wrong continent, the majority of you who answered this question. 1 billion wrong. That's severe. Are you going to predict the future? Look at the future. Here is official UN data. The statistics exist, but the data is not transferred into our heads. We still don't have a method for that. And that's what my presentation is all about. How can we simplify data and update it in our heads, right? This you can remember, like the pin code to your cell phone. 1145 is what UN predict by the end of the century. That's a very different world. And if we look at the West, who have a tradition of dominating the rest, well, we're only going to be 8% of humanity. The rest are going to be 92% of humanity. Maybe we shouldn't call them the rest, my father used to say. Let's call it the world, okay? How many countries have made cooperation agreements with China's Belt and Road Initiative? A very precise question. Yes, but it's the biggest logistic collaboration in human history, according to me. I think it is. 140 countries are included in and have signed deals with the Chinese government. This is what it looks like from China's perspective. They're going to connect the world. If we look at these countries, here is the map again. These countries have joined. 140 partners have signed with China. And these are the countries who did not join. Can you see that it's Western Europe countries and then a few poor places in Africa and some small places in Latin America? Everyone else have already joined. But when I asked the public about this, and I asked you, here are the results on all your questions. We're going to see your result here soon. You see, let's not focus on these where you actually scored better than chimpanzees, even though the majority were wrong. I'm going to focus on these. That's why this is a fact-driven way of presenting data. I show the things I know that you don't know. Okay? And here is the population map. 26% picked the right map. That's actually worse than the public, I'm sorry to tell you. Or actually, I like making you embarrassed because I think that's my role. We're an independent foundation. And I'm going to steer the water and show you that you're not using the data from the UN to change your worldview. The Belt and Road Initiative, 12% of you picked the right answer. Just like the public, you had no idea how extensive China's logistic collaboration is, and it will have huge consequences. Low-income population, 17% of you picked the right answer. Okay, one more question. In which countries are people on average least satisfied with their lives? This question I invented together with Anna after my father died, and the result made me speechless. I can't really forgive people who answered this wrongly. In low-income countries, people don't have money to save their children. They don't have shoes. They often fail to have bicycles to go to the market. They don't get the schooling. Of course, they are less happy. How can a majority of people we ask believe that high-income countries are less satisfied with their lives? I'm actually speechless. This is interesting to discuss a hypothesis. Why are people so wrong about this? Here is the happiness data. Of course, it's tricky to measure, but every scene, the high income, look at Denmark. Everybody heard that Denmark is the happiest country. Yeah, they have money, right? They can actually go to the hospital very fast with an ambulance when they need to, so they don't have to cry for 3 months. Of course they are happier, like in Sweden. High-income countries are happier, but it's almost taboo to say that, because of course some countries, like India, look at India, managed to get less happy as they got richer. Of course, there is no natural law saying that with more money you're going to be happier. We all know there are sad billionaires who commit suicide, etc. But on average, the happiness is higher with more money because you can satisfy your needs. Everyone should know this. 17% of you answered it correctly. And now when I tell you, it's almost embarrassing, right? How could you not realize? You're probably working with saving and helping poor people, and there are far more of them in low-income countries. Let's fix this. We shouldn't neglect their suffering and think they are happy. In 1993, this is a different kind of question. Actually, many people criticized what we did together with my father, say that we were too optimistic. This question has nothing to do with bad or good. It's a question of how many migrants are there in the world. In 1990, it was 3%. How many are there today? This you answered as well. Here's the correct data from UN population, of course, with some uncertainty. And there was almost no increase. Correct answer is 4%, right? Okay, that means roughly 280 million. If you answer 14%, you think it's 1 billion. If you answer 24%, you think it's almost 2 billion. That's like every fourth person in the world, which is completely wrong. So that's actually what half of you answered. You have 2 billion almost too many migrants in your head. It's absolutely wrong. A majority of people, 97% or so, stay put where they were born and live in the country where they were born. They will never move. Of course, they're moving, many of them, but they can't afford it, or maybe they like the place where they were born, right? So local data for countries We're developing visualizations to try to fix this problem. I just wanted to show one of them, which actually is Swiss data we imported last night into the tool. Here is Geneva, okay? You can pick it on the map. This tool is open source, freely available, and we're happy to help more visualizations on your websites. Geneva has among the highest migrant percentage in Switzerland, right? It's a huge country, so you are surrounded in Geneva by an extraordinarily high percentage of migrants. Other cities are very different, but that's how human brains work. We extrapolate from our personal experiences, even though they are not representative at all. Of course, we added 200 other indicators on this axis, but we don't have time for that right now. That's the kind of tool we developed. Here are the data from many countries. Don't be embarrassed when you're wrong on my questions. Be curious. How can we systematically be wrong in the same way? Well, we're watching the same news. You might be watching CNN or BBC or Fox. It doesn't really matter. The skewed selection of information is what matters. The news always talk about the dramatic. You have seen migrants in this form. It doesn't look like 2 billion to me. Maybe there's 1.5 billion hiding behind the boat. But these kind of images fill our heads and skew our perception of the world. And there is no other way to fix it than to educate people. There are natural disasters, but the deaths from them are decreasing. And these images are all real. The problem is not fake news. It's the skewed selection of true stories, which skew our worldview in a predictable way, right? Like these kind of images, we are attracted by fat and sugar. We have drama obese, and that's what factfulness is all about. This is clearly measurable in population after population, and I can predict you in this audience, who I never met, because you are human beings, I can predict that you will have a dramatic worldview. And young kids across the world are suffering from loss of hope in living through the century with fastest human progress in human history. Kids grow up and think that the world is only getting worse. I'm a father of 3. I don't want it to be that way. So that's why we also have to fix it. There is a lot of unnecessary hopelessness. Deaths from natural disasters as a decade average has dropped. Vaccination rates went up to 88%, and now it's challenging to reach 100%, but it's way higher than people know. These were 2 other questions, which has real-world implications. When you tell the Swedish public that we should support vaccination of everyone in the world against COVID, they don't think it's possible because they believe only 1/5 of kids are vaccinated, which means they don't know there are nurses in the places. There are ships and roads and electricity and educated nurses and educated mothers. This system is in place for vaccinating babies in the basic form in 88% of humanity. So of course we could have delivered a COVID vaccine much faster. But how do you get support for such a program if everyone thinks the infrastructure is missing, which I know they think. So that's also why we don't do the right thing when the pandemic comes. There are 32 other improvements in our book. I won't dwell on them because you were actually quite good about them. And they are not only about human development, but almost only. Protection of nature is improving. And all the improvement, almost all of them, are thanks to this enormous change of living conditions. Let's look at number of people on different income level, dollars per day on the x-axis. And I just want to quickly run over human history for the last 200 years. Instead of looking at country averages, we need to break down into disaggregated number of people per income level. You can see how the world improved with the yellow being Europe, green is America, blue is Africa, pink Asia.
Hola.
Like on the map.
Hola. Sorry to interrupt. This is Christine speaking, the co-moderator. The regie asked me to get on stage and to, as polite as possible, ask you maybe to conclude, because we are live streaming. And yes, by the way, yes, just to tell you, we have a technical issue. We apologize for this, but since you are such an expert in visualizing data and statistics, we could follow very well. So could you please come as quickly as possible to an end so that we can follow the live stream on time. Thank you very much, Ola. And we will meet you anyway again later this afternoon.
Thank you very much. Yes, I will conclude. Thank you. So the challenge in front of me now is not that you are attributing the visual innovations to my father. That I can live with. But my father used to say that we have the worst, he said he has the worst fame over impact ratio in the world. He got super fame, but still you, at this event, you answer his questions wrongly. How do we actually transfer knowledge instead of praising the old white man? That's what my father cared about, and Tedros knew him very well. They actually were friends. And this is a real problem. How do we change the institutions we inherited? There are new features. Okay, I'll jump forward to the end of this because I wanted to show that there were a few indicators where the world has gotten worse and you didn't know about it.
Could you
actually,
please,
women's unpaid work.
Sorry. Ola, sorry. Could you please just say one sentence maybe to the video you were producing so that I could ask Georges Simon Ulrich after what he did with the video here in Switzerland? I really apologize to interrupt you. It's nothing I like to do, but the regie told me to do so, Ola. Please forgive me. Oh.
About the video? Yes, I wanted to show the result of the audience on the test.
I don't know. What is the regie telling me? Shall we accept it? Yes. Please go ahead. But
Thank you. Here are your results. You got 12 questions on my test. 3.5 was the average. A chimpanzee would score 4. So the result on that test is, no, you did not beat the chimp. But the question was, can we beat the chimp? Of course we can. My father's graphs improved, and if we have to beat the chimp, we need 3 things. Realize that we are wrong, first of all. Understand the facts, and then we need some kind of certificates that are required, like a driving license for global decision makers and governments. This is missing in the world today. And even you who attend this conference today, you can go home and just forget all of it because no one will test you. And that's actually why we developed a test. And this question set that I tested you on, you can go to this website and get the nice certificate, which is like a driving license for Project Rosling. And that's what's missing. We have the data already. It's possible to visualize, but no one is actually checking if you learned the content. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ola. Thank you, Ola. Thank you, and sorry again for interrupting. We could listen forever. But we continue here now live on stage with Mr. Georges Simon Ulrich. He is Director General of the Federal Statistical Office here in Switzerland. Very welcome here on stage. Georges Simon Ulrich. Welcome. How do you assess the result here?
Actually, it's not really a surprise. I mean, as we all know, the perception is something and facts is something else. So, and this is the value of what Hans did, and of course now Ola and Anna continues. And this is exactly what we actually have to do. It's not just showing facts, but it's also talking about the perception of people. And that's why I think it's not really surprising. But we should think about it. And I think that what you were saying that we should focus on is absolutely right.
By the way, I was on your homepage, and what I saw there was very funny because I see you produced some videos to make your job more understandable, right? And there was even one with a Swiss comedian, and he produced a video, and it reminds me a bit of a sketch from Monty Python. Absolutely. Is humor a good key to make your job more understandable?
Absolutely. I mean, how do you can catch other people? I mean, if you know, the statisticians sometimes have a bit of boring image. So we tried through humor that we get attention, that we can get with our message through. And I think, of course, Monty Python is very well known, he's very famous. So we tried to grab a bit of his famousness, and then we connected to the topic of statistics. And that worked quite well.
You grab also a bit of a very famous video of the Roslings. What can you tell us about this?
Yeah, this is the idea. I mean, if you look how many clicks that the Roslings video have, then we thought, okay, Hans, the name Rosling, and then Bubbles is something that if people search about the clip on YouTube or so, we should grab these tags and make our own video, and that worked. We are now in place 2. If you look at YouTube, if you search Hans Rosling and Bubbles, then our film is on the 2nd place.
But what were the biggest challenges to produce this video? Maybe also if it comes to your role.
Besides that you have to find some money to do this, it was, of course, you know, we hired also professional actors, and I was the only one who wasn't professional. So the difficulty was, I mean, you stay on stage, you don't see any bubbles, and you have to say everything by heart. I mean, this was, I think, the most difficult part for me, and not looking stupid at the same time.
You did great, you did great. So let's see what you produced. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
George.
That's why data and statistics are an essential component of a democracy. Thank you for listening.
Thank you very much for your presentation. We'll keep in touch with you. What she said was great and true, and everything was right, but it's not accessible to a wider audience. What we need is visualization that makes the content more understandable.
Hi.
What is data?
That represents one data set.
Here.
A little mixy-mixy.
Sorry.
That's a good data set.
Yeah.
Hello, hi.
Hello.
I'll use a well-known visualization from Hans Rosling to analyze income and life expectancy in all countries over the past 200 years. I'll use it to demonstrate that data and statistics support democratic dialogue and are a reliable and independent foundation for profound decisions. Income and life expectancy form the 2 axes, and the bubbles represent the different countries. European countries are in blue, Asia in red, the Americas in yellow, and Africa in green. The size of the bubble reflects the size of the population. I'm showing you the world as it was 200 years ago. We can see that at the beginning all countries were down here. They were all poor and had low life expectancy. But as we go through time, the industrialization in Europe boosts and drives the economy. Initially, the countries in Africa remain at the bottom and make little progress. Income and life expectancy increase, and countries tend to move to the upper right-hand corner. But this doesn't happen just in a straight line. Let's slow down for the 20th century and have a closer look. We can see multiple dips, which are the effects of global events. For example, decreases in life expectancy due to Spanish flu or the 2 world wars. Or economic setbacks occur during the Great Depression after the world economic crisis. But after the First World War, factories were able to produce in record time, thanks to conveyor belt, leading to more income. We're now at the time of the Second Industrial Revolution, and the range between countries is huge. Let's stop here for a second and have a look on the world in 1950. Up front, in addition to the USA, are several small European countries that have become rich as a result of their colonies. Africa is still less developed and lacking in infrastructure and political structures. But look what happens from 1950s onwards. A few countries from Asia and South America are beginning to catch up. The so-called gap between West and the rest seems to be closing. Although everyone started at a similar position, differences have been enormous. Over the time of 200 years, we have seen remarkable progress. This visualization shows clearly how life expectancy, ultimately the health of all of us, is strongly correlated with prosperity. With statistics, assumptions become knowledge, thus supporting decision-making of all interested parties. Thank you very much for listening.
Wow, thank you very much. You're really passionate about this subject. We know this representation very well, and we try to develop it a bit further. May I show it to you? Let's switch places. Look, the world is not just two-dimensional as you approached it so far. You illustrate aspects of social and demographic elements. We have life expectancy, and economy-wise, we have the income. But that's not enough. That's not the whole story. There is a third axis, which is the environment. And these three dimensions make up the concept of sustainability. On this axis, you can see the annual per capita CO2 emission. We are looking here at the past 70 years because we have very reliable data for this period. And the range is, again, enormous. At first glance, it might be surprising that big countries like India or China are here on the bottom on the left. But as soon as you go through time, you can see that, for example, China made a huge leap forward. They ramped up their industry, boosting up the economy, and from 1919 onwards, they're catching up with the prosperity countries. Let's stop here for a second. So the axis of CO2 emissions shows that an increase in wealth has a negative impact on the environment. So the reverse also holds true. Let's have a look at the past 20 years again. Economic decline, as we have seen after the collapse of the Soviet Union in the 1990s, set Eastern European countries back. This led to a reduction of CO2 emission and narrowing the gap again. However, a reduction on CO2 emission should also be possible without economic losses. Countries like Germany and the United States have taken measures to reduce the CO2 emission. And as you can see, it has an effect. And this is how the world looks today. Many countries experienced an economic boom, but this goes hand in hand with a great impact on the environment. It's still a huge difference between the country in the top right-hand corner and that one here on the bottom on the left. Initial steps have been taken to reduce the environmental impact, but it's not enough. Per capita CO2 emissions are still far too high. We have to find ways to create sustainable prosperity and well-being. Look, the world is constantly changing, and data and statistics help me to understand these challenges better. Hans, Ola and Anna Rosling demonstrated this years ago. We need to move forward with these ideas, with well-visualized data and statistics, and we can help society to make the right decision to cultivate sustainable prosperity.
Interesting development. Have you already analyzed the proportion of women in national parliaments?
Yes, but up to now not with a good visualization of this.
You'd be surprised who's in front.
I don't know. I don't know how many calls. I don't know how many calls you got from Hollywood, but it's really a cool video indeed. Thank you very much. So let's have a tea break right now. We continue here at 11 with a panel on health data led by Claire. Thank you very much so far. Thank you.
Everybody could take their seats now. We're going to begin shortly. Thank you very much. There we are. The lights have gone down, so that must be a signal that we're going to start with our health data panel. But we've got a Slido question with you before. Now, just in case you're doing a tally of whether you're beating the chimps or not, we've had 4 questions, and you've got 2 of them right. So it's all to play for. 50-50 at the moment. And we're going to start with this question related to health data. So again, anybody joining us remotely, slido.com, the code is Beat the Chimps. Here in the room, please take out your mobile phones and take the QR code. The question is, between 2020 and 2021, more people died of COVID-19 in, so we're wanting to know what region of the world it is. So we can see at the moment that, it's pretty close between the Americas and Southeast Asia, but at the moment the Americas are winning and Europe is in a very poor third. At the moment there's about 10%, 9% of the audience who think Europe is the right answer. In fact, Southeast Asia is going down. And we have really, I think, the Americas in first place at 54%. So, could you give us the result, please? Hey, you're ahead of the chimps at the moment. Well done. This next session is going to be really participatory. We're going to look at health data. We've got 3 fantastic experts. We have Alan Smith, Head of Visual and Data Journalism at the Financial Times, Stephen McFeely, Director of Data and Analytics at the World Health Organization, and Caroline Perrin, Executive Director of the Geneva Digital Health Hub. Our format is the following, in that I am going to ask each of them to come up on stage. I ask a few questions, but there is a chair, ladies and gentlemen, for you. Because, you know, my background many years ago was the BBC, and we used to call that the Broad Brush Corporation. So my questions are very broad. You are beating the chimps, you're very informed, so I'm going to encourage you to take a mic and to ask a few questions of our experts. Okay? And then we'll bring them back at the end. So, our first expert to come on to stage is Alan Smith, who was head of digital content at the UK Office for National Statistics. He's written a best-selling book, How Charts Work. You might have seen him give a TED talk on why you should love statistics. And he's currently head of visual and data journalism at the Financial Times. Please, Alan, come on to stage. Take a microphone, take the clicker, and let's just hear from you what your view is on Hans Rosling's legacy. What was it that he did that was so unique?
Thanks, Claire. I mean, I think already you can see that there is a legacy with Hans in that it's his charts, and I ought to include Ola's name as well from what we heard. And Anna's name as well. Indeed. So the Rosling family's legacy of data visualization is really influential. I mean, I think, yes, I've done a TED talk, but I think Hans's original TED talk's been viewed, I don't know, over 12, 13 million times now. You know, it's remarkable how many people have seen those visualizations. And what I thought I'd do just to start here is to say that at the Financial Times, we use a system for visualization that's about identifying the patterns in data that we want to emphasize. You know, it's a resource that we use all the time. You can grab a copy of it for free. It's just a poster. But notice this poster is arranged in columns, each one based on a particular thing that you're trying to show. Change over time, for example, is one of those things. So statistical relationships. And what I wanted to show was that when you take the bubble charts, one of the things that makes them really interesting is just how complex they are, right? They invite you to actually read them, not glance, read them. And that's because they start off just as a standard scatter plot, the sort of scatter plot that we might use for just showing correlation. And this is obviously the life expectancy against income correlation. But it gets more complex because the first thing that they do is to use a log scale. A log scale on general public charts, that's just to allow people to see the differences. But then they introduce this magnitude comparison, which is the size of the bubble. So that's another relationship in the data. And then the very clever thing for me is a spatial relationship that doesn't involve putting them on a map, right? Just using color to show the spatial patterning in that data. And then animation to show progress and change over time. So you can kind of see that these charts are interesting because they are loaded with more information than many charts that people will see on TV or in the news. And I think that's one of the things that makes people want to read them, want to learn from them because they see them as a rich resource. The final element, which I haven't got here, but which we've already seen this morning, is that the communication, the narration of Ola or Hans or anybody who's talking through these bubble charts is also important, because otherwise they're just random shapes drifting across a screen. So the narrative, the commentary is also quite important.
Yeah, definitely. Do take a seat here, because what you seem to be saying is that Hans Rosling, and indeed the FT, it's not about simplification, it's not about dumbing down, it's about clarification.
So that's right, that's exactly right. Now, it is interesting because Ola used this term simplification, and simplicity does have some very desirable things with memorability. So, you know, 3 is an easier number to remember than 3.14, et cetera, et cetera. But I think clarity rather than simplicity is the goal that you want in data communication. And simplicity can sometimes help you achieve that, but clarity is what we aim for, definitely.
Well, we heard, I think, from Alan Berset, there were a few comments about the media and the fact that they tend to go for the negative and bad news and sensationalize and don't use data in the right way. Just a response to that, and then perhaps we'll look at the pandemic, because we all became data experts during the pandemic.
So, I mean, this is a really interesting topic. When I arrived in Geneva last night, the first thing my wife had said to me was, "Let me know when you get there." She only ever says that when I take a plane somewhere. She never says that when I take a car anywhere, because she assumes that if I'm going to die, it's going to be in a plane crash rather than a car crash. And I think we can blame the media for that, right? Because it's the reporting of the unusual, right? That kind of the skew that we were talking about. So I think there's a fair criticism in there somewhere. However, I do think I can't respond for all media. I can respond in particular for the Financial Times. There is an annual survey, which many of you may know, the Ipsos Mori Perils of Perception Index. And it measures the gap between perception and reality, exactly as we've been doing on the polls. And we did an interactive version of that for our readers a couple of years ago to understand where FT readers were between the general public and reality. And I was desperately pleased to find out that they were in between, right? We're moving them closer to reality than the general public. And for me, that's one of the goals of us as a news organization, is to make the value of our subscription leave readers better informed. There is no value to the FT's business model in leaving readers less well informed, right? That's not the goal.
Now, as I said, during the pandemic, we were all desperate for news bulletins about, the number of vaccinations, the number of treatments available, was the PPE available, and so forth. What sort of challenges did covering the pandemic and data give to the FT? And did you see any change or evolution in the way you worked?
Yes, is the short answer, but I'm sure it's the same for many people in the room. I mean, it created a number of both kind of challenges, but also opportunities as well. You know, one of my favorite tweets of the entire pandemic was the retired footballer, Gary Lineker, who's, does the match of the day in the UK. He tweeted at one point, he said, "I think one of the big plus points of this pandemic is that the public have learned how to read charts." Right, so for us, it was a really interesting opportunity to put charts, not just as kind of layout elements in stories, but actually to make the charts the story and to actually keep people informed. Now, that was a good opportunity. The challenge, of course, was in sourcing data that allowed people to understand what was going on, you know, in a timely fashion. And for us, that was the big challenge, because compared with what usually happens with news reporting, which is we will source data from, you know, one of the many statistical organizations that publish it, and we will kind of take that data and parse it and interpret it. Certainly at the start of the pandemic, that information was missing. And so we had to do an awful lot of work at the FT trying to compile internationally comparable metrics to try and explain to readers what was going on. For us, that was the first time that I almost thought of the FT as a data producer itself. You know, we published excess death statistics on GitHub publicly, If you'd have said that to me a couple of years ago, I'd have thought that was not the FT's role, but that sort of role we moved into during the pandemic.
And you know, the pandemic, as I said, we all wanted to know what was going on, and it was good to hear that you'd moved your readers closer to reality. But what about more sort of obscure you know, diseases, perhaps even epidemics, some of the work that the WHO does on, you know, diseases that people haven't even heard of. I mean, how can you perhaps use data when you're writing stories about those and make it accessible to your readers?
So we have a system at the FT. My visual and data journalism team will work very closely with our domain reporters, so in particular on something like public health, Clive Cookson, who's our science correspondent, will work one-to-one with a visual and data journalist who's dedicated to working on that beat with him. So for us, partnering even within the organisation is important because, you know, just because I can make a chart doesn't make me a health expert. We need to be able to pair up with people who are capable of interpreting research and engaging with topic experts that we will also then form part of that partnership.
You very diplomatically said that you became data producers because some of the data just wasn't even there during the pandemic. I mean, not necessarily thinking about the WHO, but there are many, many data producers here in Geneva. I mean, what do you think these international organizations can do better?
So, I mean, it is difficult, this, because, as you mentioned, I used to work for a statistics office myself, so I empathise with the challenge on the other side of that relationship, totally. But I think if there were a couple of things from the pandemic that I would draw out, I mean, timeliness is obviously one of those things, because something like the pandemic caught a lot of organizations on the hop, and it was such a breaking news story originally that everybody was having to adapt as we go. But I think everybody learned that the mechanisms that maybe have kept organizations going in the past are not necessarily the mechanisms that are going to get us through the next pandemic. You know, that there needs to be a faster response system, which I think most people are aware of. But I do also think there's a second element to this, which is curious, is that I think it was an opportunity for statistics organizations, statistics producers, to be more visible than they have been in the past. And I've always been a big fan of them being slightly more visible, because I think if you're more visible, you're more likely to be trusted. We know that from some surveys in the UK, for example, that people who have heard of the Statistics Office are more likely to trust them, right? And visibility of ONS, the UK Stats Office, went up during the pandemic. They produced timely weekly COVID infection surveys, which were reported on as headline news every week during kind of key waves of the pandemic. So that visibility and timeliness combined to kind of leverage trust with the public. And I think that trust is such an important element to get the buy-in that everyone was talking about this morning.
So, everyone in the audience, we have 5 minutes for you to think, are there any questions that you would like to ask Alan? I've asked some very broad ones. Do you have specific ones? If there's somebody in the audience who's really brave, and I always, you know, say, I am a communications trainer, I flit from one subject to the other, and if I can ask questions, then I'm sure you, with all your knowledge, can ask questions. Is there somebody who would like to come and sit in this seat, take the microphone, and ask Alan a few questions? Thank you. The gentleman there, you're sitting in a very good place because it's right in my eye view. Do come on down, as I think they might say in the television shows. Take a microphone. It is on. You have 5 minutes, a series of questions. I'm just the time manager. Would you like to say where you're from?
Yes, my name is Mark Thriston. I'm head of analytics in the IT department at the Global Fund, just up the road here.
Brilliant.
So maybe just to start with a couple of your comments. The first one I was just wondering about was, you mentioned at the beginning, obviously, of COVID and the crisis, the difficulty with gathering data and having timely information. What was the FT's approach to dealing with confidence and uncertainty in the data and making that visually understandable to the readership?
Yeah, it's a really good question, because to be honest, the first challenge that we had in that process was that the sources of data that we used to compile statistics obviously weren't coming from any single place. That was the whole reason we kind of embarked on the process. The reason why we settled on excess deaths, for example, as a metric early on was because of this sense that we couldn't rely on comparable statistics produced in many different places using different methodologies. So there was an inherent kind of selection criteria which helped us to try and narrow down a little bit to make what we were gathering comparable. And I think also what we wanted to do was to focus on trend rather than absolute numbers, right? So if you look at the visualizations we produced of those excess deaths, particularly led by my colleague John Byrne-Murdoch, you'll see that the emphasis was above trend relative to normal rather than trying to precisely quantify. You know, we were really interested in understanding acceleration and deceleration and kind of excess deaths as a sort of broad metric. I think one of the problems that we found just generally across the media landscape is that there was an absolute obsession with big, precise numbers, which I think even if you go on to any COVID dashboard today, you will find a very big variation in terms of that. We actually wrote an article about kind of halfway through the pandemic that picked a number of paradoxes from the pandemic that we'd found about, you know, we'd thought about in the process of reporting on it. And one of them was simply, when is a COVID death? You know, and actually talking about the fact that there were several things going on where classifications used for recording a COVID death were entirely different from one country to another, right? And that made international comparison very, very, very difficult. And even when you had that, when you settled on a figure for a national rate to say, well, actually, this is the American figure, but almost nowhere in America looks like the American figure because there's massive subnational variation. So we certainly attempted to explain it. Whether we were successful, I think you'd probably need to do a kind of follow-up study with our readers, but it's certainly a topic that concerned us because, like I say, we were publishing data for the first time and we were trying to make sure that all of the caveats that we'd identified when we were compiling the data were shared. We had no sort of interest in hiding them. But yeah, as an exercise, it was very, very instructive.
Briefly, any follow-up?
I do have one.
Go on.
It's a golden boot follow-up question with Mr. Lineker. A very proud and firm claim about people understanding charts. Do you think that's realistic in terms of actual visual analytic literacy?
I think that's a really good question. I liked that people were talking about charts, and I agree with Mr. Lineker about that. One of the most contentious things that we did early on in the crisis was we started using log scales on the charts. And very quickly, some researchers at the LSE, the London School of Economics, followed up with us and said, we're going to test whether readers actually can read them. And they did some research, and they came back and published a report that said, basically, no, people don't understand log scale charts because they're actually much better at understanding a linear scale, which is interesting, except when I looked at the research, I think the tests that they were asking readers of those charts were to try and identify absolute number, which is a task that's actually better suited to a linear chart axis. The reason why we used the log scales is to emphasize acceleration and deceleration that would otherwise be hidden with a linear scale. So we actually at one point decided, because originally we said log scale in the subtitle of the chart to make it clear to people that it was a log scale. We ended up deciding that that might not be a good thing to do because it might technically confuse people, and we could just leave out the fact that it was a log scale and allow people to read the slope of the chart, which showed the acceleration or deceleration. So I think chart literacy improved. I still think there's a long way to go.
Absolutely, I concur. Thank you very, very much, Alan. Thank you for your great questioning. Please take your seats. We'll invite Alan back on in a moment. There we are. Gary Lineker, always right. What did he say? Football, a game of two halves that the Germans win. Not always. Anyway, let's keep on track here. And move to the World Health Organization, indeed, the custodian of health data. And I'm really delighted to be joined by somebody who knows a thing or two about health data, if you look at his CV. Stephen McFeely, he's the Director of Data and Analytics at the WHO, and before that was Chief Statistician at UNCTAD here in Geneva, and back in Ireland was the Assistant Director General at the Irish Central Statistics Office. Excellent. So, custodian of health data, lots of health data with the Sustainable Development Goals, and we know that we're not on track. What can the data community do better, and how can people make sure that data gets us back on track?
Okay, that's a really tricky question to answer. So, what the data show us to date is that we're not on track for many SDGs. But I guess crucially what the data really can do is show us that progress isn't even. So Alan was talking about the difference between national and subnational. We see that in countries, we see it between genders, we see it, there's all sorts of inequalities within the data. And if you're actually trying to target, okay, so the data at the global scale or the national scale, they show you you're off track. But then as a policymaker, you have to decide, well, what to do about it. And it's not always just targeting the global. You have to look inside the data, and you may realize that there's particular cohorts that are holding down the average, or there's particular cohorts that have been really successful. And then you can start to understand, well, what's the difference between those? Why was one group successful and another group not? And that's really what the data are there for. They're there to inform decisions before you make the policy decisions, and then they're there afterwards to help you review, to look at the outcomes to see, well, what happened.
And in fact, you have the data, and then somebody has to turn it into information and intelligence, and whether that's the person like you, or whether there needs to be an actor who translates this.
It's a combination. I mean, data on their own are actually really dangerous. And to interpret data, there's a lot of context required. And you also have to assess the quality of the data. So it helps to be a skeptic. If you're a skeptic, you'll go less wrong. So all the time, look at the data. How good are the data? Read the metadata. Read the really boring footnotes, because they're really, really important. But then talk to the subject matter experts to understand what that data is really telling you, because oftentimes your superficial analysis is completely wrong, because there's something very, very specific, and without that detailed knowledge, you'll reach very spurious conclusions.
I mean, one of the biggest challenges for the WHO must have been during the COVID-19 pandemic. Of course, it's still a pandemic. What were the lessons that you learned about collecting and publishing data?
I would make 2 points. First of all, we think of the pandemic as a health crisis, but in fact it was a statistics crisis as well. A lot of statistics offices around the world, their data collections just stopped dead in their tracks, particularly in low and middle income countries, because they're still very reliant on old traditional methods, face-to-face collection. So one of the lessons, and in fact one of the, I guess one of the pathways forward, and I think Johannes will be talking about this after lunch, is really modernizing statistical systems around the world, harnessing digitization to avoid falling into these traps. The other issue, which Alan mentioned, was we were dealing with a brand new disease. Huge arguments over classification. What is a COVID death? What is COVID? And that's why excess mortality was so important, because you could kind of bunny hop those problems, but nevertheless it introduced other problems, because excess mortality associated with COVID, that in itself has a lot of noise, because we had almost a genocide in Armenia. We had a heat wave in France. This year, when we're measuring it, we'll have the war between Russia and Ukraine. So there's a lot of noise in that excess mortality. So the excess mortality is the first step. We're now in the process of producing what are called global health estimates, which is actually now where we try and attribute the cause to that full excess mortality. And that's challenging technically, but it's super challenging politically, because mortality is a very, very political number.
Tedros mentioned you've set up the World Health Data Hub. So very briefly, why, what's it going to achieve, and who's it for?
Okay, so let's think about today. So we're trying to beat the chimps. In a way, that's a false premise, because we're expected to know all the knowledge. But of course, we have technology now. So if we really want to beat the chimp, we should be accessing Google. We should be using the technology that we have to find the data. And that's the advantage we have over the chimps. So that's what the World Health Data Hub is about. It's making it easier for you to find the data. WHO has a massive information, but it's not always the easiest to find. So the first thing is putting a one-stop shop, like a nice shop window where you can find the data. Behind it on the engineering side, or the governance side, by doing that, we're actually starting to standardize the configuration of the data, which will make those data more comparable. And then there's other aspects that are probably less interesting to the general public, but one of the issues that we have to do as a member state driven organization, we have to do a lot of communication with member states. And that's generally done at the moment by emails. It's messy. So the World Health Data Hub is actually allowing countries to have their own portal, and we can communicate with them. We can exchange data safely with them. We can get agreement on, we can clarify positions. And it's a much better way of reconciling the data, and a much better way of tracking who have we communicated with, which countries haven't communicated back with us. So it's a huge, huge project, but they're just some of the benefits.
So you say you're the one-stop shop. Was it even challenging to get the data from the different divisions of the WHO for them to share it?
Like any large organization, it's a mixture. If you imagine a normal distribution, I think we populate that. So some people are super enthusiastic. A lot of people in the middle are broadly agnostic, and they're happy to go along. And then there's a few resisting. Like the little asterisk villages, there's one or two who will fight to the death to resist. But, you know, that's normal.
Well, let's hope that the member states see the value of it. On your website, you also mentioned the private sector. So what role do you see for them?
Two roles. One is helping us. So, for example, the World Health Data Hub, we've benefited enormously from assistance from Microsoft and other private sector companies. But secondly, if we think about the discussion we've had this morning, and Alan mentioned timeliness, one of the big challenges we have is we're a member state-driven organization, so we have to get data from the countries. There's a lot of other data that exist in the world, a lot of big data, a lot of private sector data. That's not always accessible to us. So would
you like it to be accessible? And what's the incentive for those companies who are not doing very well at the moment as they shed jobs to actually share that data?
I would say that we need to relook at our social contract. I think they have a responsibility as well. So we've heard a lot about big data or open data. We've heard a lot of private sector companies pushing open data. I would say they have a responsibility. Open data isn't just about government data. It's about all data. But to do that, in fairness to them, we need to help them. And in fact, the UN is working on a global data governance framework to try and set out the ground rules to help private sector and other NGOs to share their data safely so that they don't compromise on their principles and on their privacy requirements.
A whole big conference in itself on the role of the private sector. We have 5 minutes for somebody from the audience to pick the brains. Is there a, no, I was thinking there was a lady there. It was someone writing. Yes, lovely. Let's get a bit of gender balance here. Please take the microphone, say who you are, and Stephen is all yours.
Hello, so I'm Johanna Probst. I'm working in the FSO, Swiss Federal Statistics Office, and I'm also a little bit involved in Project Rosling with a topic, or a work stream, as we say, on population projections and climate change. So indeed, I'm working in the unit that is concerned with demographic statistics. And our question we want to deal with in this work stream is, in how far is it relevant to take into account climate change in population projections of national statistic offices, of UNO on the global scale, but also on the national scale. So you as a health expert, I would like to know in how far you think there are relevant health threats related to climate change that are that relevant and that important that we should somehow take them into account when we are projecting into the future. And maybe related to the issue of visualization, how can we show uncertainty when we're not speaking about observations, but when we project, how can we make our hypothesis visible, like on mortality, fertility, and also migration?
Two massive questions, 3 minutes.
Two great questions. So first of all, climate change, I would say, is the big issue. So even we're talking about pandemics a minute ago. The pandemics, in my view, are trivial compared to, because we don't know when the next one will come, but we know climate change is en route. From a health perspective, it's super important. And I could give you lots of examples, but let me give you one really simple one. We have a GIS project where we measure snake bites. And one of the challenges around climate change is snakes are moving, that their populations are migrating as the climate is changing. And that means hospitals distributed around the world, they don't necessarily have the right antivenom for the snakes that are in their neighborhood. So we have a citizen science project where we ask people to photograph snakes. Now, I caveat this, I don't know who has the composure to take a photograph of a snake if they meet one in the bush, but we ignore that assumption, and we have somebody who classifies those snakes. We map the territories, and then we contact the hospitals and say, you know, you have an adder, they're now living in your territory, so you need to make sure you have the right antivenom. But we see the same with malaria. We see all sorts of things that are moving because of temperature changes, because of climate changes. So it's a really, really important topic for health. On the uncertainty, this is probably the most important issue. And even within WHO, sometimes we struggle to communicate this to people. There's a famous quote that all models are wrong, but some are useful. And what that means is basically, you build a forecast or a projection based on a set of assumptions. You can extrapolate forward in the knowledge that you're almost certainly wrong. The question is, how wrong are you? Are you wrong enough that you were useless, or are you wrong enough that you were somehow useful? And critically, we see in a lot of UN reports in particular, they want a point estimate. They want to say something happened at this time and that was the value. And then worse, they want to hold you to that estimate and say, but 2 years ago you said when you modeled. So it's really, really important that we present the uncertainty estimates around it. Visually, it's very important to convey, for a lot of people who don't really understand where the uncertainty estimates come from, just to convey the fact that uncertainty exists. That's really important, but also to show that every time a new estimate comes in, the model will change and the forecast will change. And in fact, if you want to see a really good example, the best example, and I keep showing it to people, is Swiss Meteo. If you look at their app, the way they project the temperatures and the rainfall, and they present the uncertainty around it, and then once it's passed, it's a fact, so the uncertainty disappears. It's just a brilliant example of how to visualize uncertainty. Now, we have one extra challenge, because in the past tense, we still have uncertainty because countries make large-scale revisions. So, unfortunately, we're not as cut and dry as Swiss Meteo.
There we are. Everybody's going on that app now. Thank you very much for your question. Thank you, Stephen. Come and join us later. Let's go from the international to the Swiss. There we are. There's a nice segue from Swiss Meteo to a project here in Geneva, the Geneva Digital Health Hub. Welcome, Caroline, the Executive Director. And you've got so many years of experiences in managing digital health projects. So what's digital health?
That's a good question. I think if you ask different people, you will get a lot of different answers. It's really an umbrella term for concepts like e-health, telemedicine, virtual care, and so on. But in its simplest definition, I would say it's the use of information and communication technology for health, which of course nowadays is a very broad spectrum. I mean, it can go from individual tracking of health data to logistics management for vaccine delivery or advanced data analytics for precision medicine. But what is important to note is that there's a lot of potential to improve health systems and strengthen health systems in different settings, as well as, helping with the shift from curative care to preventive care.
And a few challenges along the way. On your website, you mentioned things like scarcity of human resources and fragmentation. Tell us a bit about that.
Yes, obviously there are many if you're implementing in a complex ecosystem with many different stakeholders. So scarcity of human resources is definitely one. Technical scarcity, so people who can do data analytics, but also people who can do the interface between the clinical and the IT field.
So there's a whole new career branch being developed here.
Exactly. Yeah. And then there are challenges that are really linked to implementation and design processes that can range from, retention to change to equity challenges. And when we look, for example, equity challenges, that's really something that needs to be this equity lens needs to be applied throughout the full spectrum. We need to take it into account when we are thinking about access to devices. We need to think about it when we are designing an intervention, but also when we are training an algorithm. We need to make sure that the data it is based on is not biased and won't make decisions that are more biased than
so
others.
AI can be biased if the input of the data is biased.
And there were some examples where machines were making actually worse decisions than humans because they were trained on data. But yeah, it's something that needs to be taken into account. And then, of course, there are challenges that are linked to a lack of governance and a lack of coordination. So fragmentation, meaning that what's important here is to understand it's not desirable to be in the state because resources are not used efficiently. Data is probably not interoperable, and it's difficult to really measure the impact. But at the GD Hub, we believe that knowledge management and advanced data analytics are one of the key possibilities to address some of these challenges. And that's why we developed a tool that's called the Implementome, which is really aiming or has the ambition to provide the data to stakeholders, to different kind of stakeholders, to make wiser decisions afterwards.
And these stakeholders, are they policymakers? Are they politicians? Who do you want to be using this Implementome?
Yes, so there's a different set of stakeholders. Policy makers, I think, is an important one. So one of the work streams of the hub is really science-based decision-making in digital health implementation. And of course, we are at the beginning of this journey, and we are still putting a lot of the mechanisms and kind of foundational tools in place that are needed to enable that. But I would like to use an example, actually, from the aviation industry to kind of illustrate the potential of sharing fragmented data across institutional boundaries. And I'm borrowing this example, actually, from the book Factfulness from Hans Rosling. Which
Hans, Ola, and Anna.
Yes, exactly. Which is a book I absolutely loved, so I'm very excited to be here today. And in his book, he describes that back in 1930s, the people were scared to fly. They were scared away by the many accidents that happened. But flight authorities across the world had understood the potential of commercial air traffic. So they all got together in, I think, 1944 in Chicago and agreed on a common set of rules. And they signed a contract, and this contract had an annex, which was Annex 13A, which is incidents reporting form. And since then, every accident, every crash, any incident has been reported and could be systematically analyzed. And based on that, decision makers could develop policies and put safety procedures in place that really transformed the industry. And I think that in digital health, we are a bit where we were in the aviation industry in the 1930s. I mean, the potential is there, but the bigger picture and some of the implications are not yet fully understood. And that's why, based on or inspired by the aviation industry, that's what we try to achieve with the hub, is how can we get fragmented data on implementations together in order to really understand what are the underlying factors of success and failure, and how can we extract insights to give decision makers, the data and the tools they need to make decisions that will benefit everyone.
Or Alan's wife, to show that air travel
Exactly.
is really, safer than we think. Just one final thought before I open up to the audience, because of course you're the Geneva Digital Health Hub, but you also work with countries around the world. So how do you make data accessible to them?
So data visualization plays an important role for us. So in the Implement Home, we really try to visualize digital health ecosystems. And we have data for different countries. We personalize the data based on the profile of the person, so you can get insights that are relevant for you. And one thing that we hope is, because we're using a graph-based database, because at the moment, the statistics are quite simple, but we expect them to become more complicated over time. And we use a graph-based database that allows us, to explore the relation between different data points. And later on, that will help us, or may help us, to predict how these entities relate to concretely. That means, you could identify risks, or you could predict the likelihood that an intervention is going to work in a specific context based on different parameters.
Excellent. So, who would like to know more about the Geneva Digital Health Hub and its potential? Who would like to ask Caroline a question? Is there anybody here that I can spot with a hand going up? Who dares wins? There we are, that gentleman there. Thank you very much. Do come and take a seat. And you have 5 minutes for 1 or 2 questions, depending on how fast the response. And where are you from?
Samuel Kirchmann. I have quite a diverse background, and currently free to think.
Free to think. What a wonderful job title.
I can express my own views,
super. So. Yes. Go on then, please.
You compared the digital health technology to aviation in the 30s. So one of the things that I'm wondering and struggling also is how do we set our measures to really go forward? I mean, I think nowadays we have a lot of potential with digital health. We just kind of go with the years to live after an intervention or how successful it is, but not going into happiness. So how do we change this mindset?
I mean, the hub really comes out of 20 plus years of experience of implementing digital health. And one of the things we realize is, we're seeing the same challenges over and over again. Of course, there are challenges that are changing. I mean, connectivity is still an issue in many settings, but overall, it's getting easier to connect rural settings. But a majority of challenges around implementations, if you would have asked us 15 years ago, we would probably say the same as now. So we think to move forward, we need to learn better from this, and we need to connect and to really start to systematically understand what are the factors. And then one key lesson that we learned is also the importance of, connecting policy, connecting top-down and bottom-up processes. And that's also one of the roles that we hope to play, to be the middle layer between helping policy inform based on implementations, and the other way around, helping translate policies into good implementation practices in order to help different organizations to implement more efficiently.
I think it's very interesting, and I think if you go and you have a new project, you normally sell it to the top, right? You have to get their lay-in, but then you have to work it out with the bottom. And how do you actually make it work? That because most of the times, if I saw it a lot, digital tools, they're cool, they're new, you can do so many things. It's just a burden for the hospitals or for the doctors to do it without seeing a lot of advantage. So how do you kind of bridge that gap?
I mean, of course, it depends on the project, the implementation, and so on, but based on some of the experience we did, it's really like, you know, you need to create champions and advocates at different levels. You need to have champions in the hospital that will be there and that will advocate for it, and then also at the government level. And I mean, after you need to make user-centered design processes, you know, you need to integrate all the different stakeholders from the beginning on in order to make sure that the tools you're developing are really making sense and not adding additional burden on already healthcare workers that are already at the limit.
I was wondering, do you have a specific example? Because I know that you work with the HUG here in Geneva. Did you manage to get the doctors on board? Did you find a few digital health champions?
Yes, then it's also important, like I have one example I think that could be used here. It's understanding the implications of the implementation. So we had a project that was implemented that's called Concerto, that's really about the patient empowerment. But at the beginning, what we used was, we used devices from the hospital. And we realized afterwards that, you know, that was really putting a lot of burden on the healthcare professionals unexpectedly because they had to disinfect it and so on. And afterwards, it was a bring your own device strategy, which removed that. And on top of that, we implemented a function that would allow the patients to choose the menu or to choose the foods they would be getting. And this was really something that, you know, was so much valued that they really started to using it. And what I'm getting at is that sometimes the factors of success or failure are not linked to the technology, but it can be something very simple that really adds value to the user, like, you know, being able to choose your own food.
Excellent. Thank you. I see that our time is up. Thank you very much for being a free thinker. I'll ask you to go back to your seat. Caroline, please stay here. But if you just move around, and let's have Stephen and Alan back again, because what I'd just like to ask all of you, I give you the right of reply. Is there anything that you want to say based on what somebody else has said?
Well, I told Alan earlier he shouldn't have dropped the log description from the y-axis. That's very naughty.
This is getting technical. I need a bit of data literacy training here. I don't know whether you understand that. Could you please unpick this for us, Alan?
Well, this is my... Is this working? Yeah, this is my kind of conference now. Very good. No, I actually, just to ease you back there, we do routinely say it is a log scale. But I think the really interesting thing is, if you were to go back a few years into news organizations, for example, that sort of discussion just wouldn't have been happening. So there's an example of greater chart literacy, right? News organizations are thinking, how can we present what's going on here to readers in a way that will really communicate? So I'm happy with that. And just a general point, a couple of years ago, Pew Research in the US did a study of how many people can read a scatter plot. How many adults, how many American adults, for every 100 American adults, how many do you think can correctly interpret a scatter plot? Shout out, what do you think?
5%?
5%. Ola's going to love this, because you think the world is far worse than it is.
Well, I'm just judging that by my own lack of numeracy, so there we are.
So they found it was 66% of American adults can interpret a scatter plot. Now, some people interpret that and think, oh my gosh, would we use a word that 1 in 3 people couldn't understand, right? Like, they would look at that as a negative. I think it's a positive, because that's actually quite high, and if you'd have done the same survey 10 years ago, it would have been worse. I think the literacy is improving, definitely.
Any more rights of reply? Otherwise, do you have any questions for each other?
Sorry, back to me. We were discussing earlier, so one of the challenges I think statisticians face is it's back to this dilemma between clarification and simplification, and what's the right balance. I sometimes feel with the visualizations, with the messages we're being asked to put out, there's pressure to drop the nuance, to drop the footnotes, to drop the complexity. You know, there's a desire for simple messages, and unfortunately the world isn't always that simple. And so I'm just interested in what Alan's view is, because it's a delicate balancing act between a fact, but a fact on its own without the other bits may actually become misleading.
Yeah, I mean, I think this is, and you said, Carolyn, as well, that data visualization is important for your realm of work as well. And we're seeing a lot of this, that people sort of say, oh, show me the visuals, and give me the dashboard, give me the metrics. I think there is something just to be aware of in this space. We've already heard about things like uncertainty, right? And actually, if you want some good visualizations of uncertainty, look at Hans Rosling. He used animation to show uncertainty in maternal mortality rates in one of his bubble plots, right? Animation drawing attention to the uncertainty. It's a great thing. It's a technique that we've used at the FT to show uncertainty when uncertainty is the story, right? So we've written stories about the uncertainty in our migration estimates in the UK, partly because the underlying survey wasn't designed to measure migration. It was designed to measure how many tourists were coming in the country. So we are more than happy to shine that light on uncertainty where it's relevant to policy decisions, as the migration data was. But also, we've got to think about, I think, about an information hierarchy, right? And my take on this is, we know from the latest research on visualizations that text is one of the most memorable elements of any visualization. So those titles in a visualization are incredibly important. If your title just says number of deaths, you're wasting the opportunity to communicate some insight into what that chart's actually showing. So my counter to it, actually, is that there's probably a lot of information in footnotes that could be elevated into titles if it's that important for policymakers to know about. That would be my way of kind of taking that, I think.
Got to put your key message on the top of that slide. Yeah, absolutely. So we've been talking about beating the chimps, but of course, as Christine said earlier, it's really about evidence-based decision-making. I think Alan Berset, yes, sometimes politicians use the evidence, sometimes they don't. I have Swiss nationality, but also British, and we know there was a few British politicians there who, during the pandemic, just ignored the facts. I wonder which ones we're thinking of.
I don't know why you're looking at me.
No. The Irish are the good guys in that one. But just a few thoughts to conclude. Caroline, how do we get decision makers to really do evidence-based decision making?
I think advocacy, collaboration, and probably advocating on good examples. And if I have a minute, I could illustrate quickly with one from the experience of the Geneva University hospitals during the COVID pandemic, where the state was giving COVID data to the hospital, and then the hospital, with data scientists, analyzed this data, and they were able to predict the need and the next wave. And this data was so precise that hospital decision makers could really use this data to allocate resources, which resulted in, a good allocation of resources without the risk of having a hospital saturation. So,
well done, Ashuge. Yeah. Well done, Alan. Any thoughts?
Well, I'm quite struck with the driving license idea that Ola mentioned. I mean, I think there is an interesting thing here. We know that either data is just routinely ignored or deliberately manipulated to support certain points of view. We know that. My sort of feeling at the moment is that people are taken to task less about abusing numbers and not using numbers than they are about text. If you look at, in the US, the big row going over Santos, the House of Representatives who lied on his CV apparently, or allegedly. Would he have got into so much of a furore if it was all about interpretations of data? I don't think so. So I would quite like to see a little bit more accountability and transparency in how people use data in the public arena. I think that's a thing. And this is an old problem. And I think I've mentioned to a couple of people that one of my favorite memories of Hans Rosling was we presented at a UN event more than 10 years ago now, but he was asked this question about his bubble plots. How can you get policymakers to solve everyone's problems just with 2 axes? 2 variables on his charts. And he said, well, look, if I can get them to use 1 variable, that would be progress, right? This is a long-standing problem, and the way to do it, I think, it always strikes me that when you look at politicians, how many of them are former statisticians, for example, as opposed to lawyers or,
former journalists.
Former journalists. And, I'd love to see more statisticians get involved in that space because, that will help with the data literacy angle. Anyway, yeah.
Stephen, last word to the WHO.
I think most statisticians want to avoid politics.
There we are. Statisticians for president, yes or no? That's the question we ask at the end of this. Caroline, Alan, Stephen, thank you for being such great people to take my questions, but also the very informed questions from the audience. Thank you very much. I ask you to take back your seats. So, great discussion, and we're now going to make that visual. I don't know whether there's text on this cartoon or not, but Enrico has been very, very busy, and please share this with us. So, somebody who looks as if they're on life support here, yes? Absolutely. And with lots of data coming out of that machine. Excellent. There we are. A picture is worth 1,000 words. Thank you, Enrico. Thanks, everybody, for being here this morning. Lunch is now served in the cafeteria, and they've reserved it just for us. How important do we all feel? And hopefully hungry. Do come back at 1:30, where we are going to be discussing data finance and data stewardship. So see you back at 1:30. Thank you.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you had an inspiring lunch break. I don't know, maybe somebody's in the room here who is missing something. Somebody here who is missing something? Something concretely, like a ring? Looks like a marriage ring. It's too big for me, actually. It was found in the bathroom, and it's too big for me. That's why I would be willing to give it back to the owner. So nobody here? Okay. So what am I going to do with that, huh? I will give it to Benny. To Benny, who is organizing this here today. Okay, nobody wants the ring. So maybe somebody let it, not coincidentally. We don't know. So I keep it for a while. Oh, I give it to Urs. This is Urs. He helps me with the ring. That's sharing responsibility, We come to a panel. The topic is financing data, a very, very important topic, especially when it comes to the agenda for Sustainable Development 2030. We will dig deeper in that topic. But first, we start with a question. We learned that already now, that we start with a question. Can we have the question? So, question number 6. In 2019, aid for gender data was $91 million. What happened to the aid for gender data in 2020? Let us know what you think. You're still working on that, huh? Okay, increased by 16%. Oh, wow. So you see how we make our mind up. I don't know what the chimp would have done, but we continue with the panel here. As I said, when it comes to financing data for development, the questions are how can data support the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development? Where is the money coming from to finance the producing, collecting, analyzing of those data and statistics? And why is it so hard to get enough money for this, especially when it comes to poor countries and fragile states? I will now have a quickly exchange on that questions with Johannes Jütting. Welcome, with a warm hand. You know, the applause is giving some energy in the room after the lunch break. It has. Take a seat, Johannes. Oops. Okay, that's the second class today. Some words about Johannes. He's an expert on that topic. He is executive head on the Partnership in Statistics for Development in the 21st Century, Paris 21. He is a former member of the UN Secretary-General Expert Group on the Data Revolution. He is also affiliated as a professor with the University of Passau, where he regularly teaches courses in development, economics, and policy. Paris 21 has nothing to do with the French capital, as far as I learned. Can you quickly tell us what is Paris 21 and what are you doing there? What's your job?
Thank you very much. Thank you also for inviting me. It's a great pleasure to be here. I have one idea with the ring. Maybe we can sell it on eBay and can fund some gender statistics.
What a good idea.
As we just learned that we had some missing money in this field.
That's
now it's just a practical suggestion. Maybe we should look for different sources for funding as we go forward.
Yeah, that's a very good idea. Maybe you should hand on the ring to Johannes, and then
we can discuss after the session.
Okay, good idea.
No, so great pleasure to be here. I also thank the organizer for putting the most exciting session directly after lunch, so people can doze off a little bit, financing, what is that? No, but as you said, it's a very important session. It's very, very important to talk about money. So Paris 21 is also not COP 28 or 27. Paris 21 is a small organization hosted at the OECD in Paris. There's the link to the city. We support poor countries, we support low-income countries in strengthening their statistical capacities. What does that mean concretely? I give one example. Let's take the example of Philippines. We work in more than 60 countries, but I know Philippines quite well. I have been traveling, so I could see it with my own eyes. So we do, many countries have plans. They have development plans. So the Philippines, they have a development plan for a couple of years. And the SDG came, and then they augmented their national Filipino development plan with the new goals of the SDGs. Okay, this was the ambition of the policymaker, of the government for the next years in terms of what the Filipinos want to achieve in terms of growth, in terms of poverty reduction, labor and gender equality. That's the policy plan. So underpinning this policy plan is a statistical plan. The so-called National Strategy for Development of Statistics, NSDSs. And here Paris 21 comes into play. We have, since 20 years, we will help countries with these NSDSs, with these planning tools, which helps the National Statistical Office to think about when to do the survey, with whom can they do the survey, how much money do I need, how much people do I need, how can I coordinate all the different donors who want to do something good in that country, and so on and so forth. So we do planning work, we do technical work, and last but not least, we do advocacy. We help poor countries to lobby in their countries for domestic resources, and we are engaged in the international community to raise more and better funding for data and statistics.
What are the biggest challenges?
There are so many. So maybe we can differentiate this question into speaking about the Philippines. How can the Filipinos raise more domestic resources? Because at the end of the day, the best money comes from the government itself. If the government is convinced, and we did a study about this, if the government itself is convinced that investing in data and statistics is a good idea, the outcome is often best. So what we call technically domestic resource mobilization for data and statistics. So how can it be done? Well, you have to convince the planning minister in that country and the finance minister even more that from his overall budget, a tiny percentage for data and statistics would be good. How you do that? You do advocacy, you show him what you have achieved, how he can save money, how he can track progress, and often finance ministers have an ear for that. But unfortunately, often National Statistical Office heads and are, for good reasons, staying a little bit away from the government.
Why? What are the good reasons?
The good reasons is, of course, that the National Statistical Office wants to be seen as independent, so not to intermingle too closely with the government. But that's a sort of, it's a little bit of tension. On the one hand, you need to be close to the government to ensure your budget, to speak about this. But on the other hand, you want to be independent and you want to produce data that is according to the official principle of statistics. So that's the challenge on the side of the sort of Philippines and other countries. For aid, I mean, and we have experts just coming in a second, my perception is the main problem giving aid to data and statistics is it's not fancy. It's not fancy. Data is a mean to an end. How can, if I would be, now as a German, I'm the German agency, and now I sit on a budget to distribute between investing in a hospital, investing in schools, I can see the result after 2-3 years.
And it's more emotional somehow,
It's also more emotional. I can see the children growing up. If I invest in the National Statistical Office, what do I see? I see more, I don't know, more surveys, more data, but that doesn't help me in any way. So it's very hard to make it concrete, the use of, to show directly the usefulness of data and statistics, although we know for everything else is so important.
Yeah, but what is the best argument to convince, let's say, the finance responsible person or in the government? What is the best argument? You must know by now.
Well, the best argument, I would say, for the finance minister is he can save money. Because if through better data and statistics you can make public programs more efficient, you can target the people whom you want to target, leave no one behind, you can focus, you have a good idea where those poor people are, you don't need to sort of spread the money all over the place, and through more and better data and statistics, you will be able to track and you will be able to show a more efficient spending of money.
So you would need statistics from other countries prior, and you can show, because you have to prove, right? You need facts and figures, data, to convince the finance minister.
Absolutely. I mean, that we go to the level of comparable data between countries, which is also exciting. And we see, I mean, we have many people here engaged in the international statistical community, where we do sort of comparable statistics. You can compare and you can show, oh, we have done this, and there are a couple of countries who invest, Colombia, Philippines, that are all countries who have really very good statistical systems, and I don't know if it's correlation or causation, but they also do relatively good in comparative terms on the economic side of things. So eventually also linked to good investments in data and statistics.
Interesting. Do you know by any chance how much of public development assistance goes to funding data and statistics?
Yes, I do, because we are responsible as Paris 21 to monitor this. The OECD is monitoring official development aid, ODA. Every year you will see an announcement of how much ODA, official development aid, is being spent by the OECD DAC countries, development assistant countries. We measure only the proportion to data and statistics since 10 years. It's always hovers around, in absolute terms, like 600 million, 700 million, 500 million per year in US dollars. In percentage terms related to ODA, it's less than 1%. It's 0.3, 0.4, 0.6. So in a nutshell, it's not much. It's really not much.
It's not much, but the development of financing for statistics in the previous years, how was the direction?
It is interesting. I mean, we just saw the numbers for gender data and gender statistics, which is, to some extent, is puzzling, because on the investment, and you all are aware about the detrimental effect on the pandemic, particularly on women and girls. I mean, UN Women is producing many analyses that show that women and girls have been particularly affected by the COVID crisis, by the pandemic. Now, the donors have reacted with more money given for gender equality at large, but not for gender data and statistics. The problem here is that there are just very few countries, Canada, Sweden, and a few other bilateral donors that invest in gender statistics, which is a pity because we need these sex disaggregated data. We need more granular data to be able to show what works and what doesn't work. But we have just not enough donors to invest in this.
We will talk about possible solutions to get more money for this sector with our other panelists. Please welcome with a warm hand Nicole Ruder and Naina Das. Hi and welcome. Hi. From the NGO side. Hi, Nicole. Let me introduce my other guests. We have, as I said, Nicole Ruder. Nicole Ruder, she is Assistant Director General, Ambassador, Head of Multilateral Affairs and NGO Division at the Swiss Agency for Development and Cooperation, SDC. This is the Agency for International Cooperations of the Federal Department of Foreign Affairs. Nicole had interesting touch points with data over the past 20 years, describes herself as a converted advocate for the use of data and evidence-based policymaking, especially when it comes to the Agenda 2030. Nicole, good to have you here. Thanks very much. How would you present your organization in just a few words, and what are you doing the whole day?
So let me just start, welcome everybody, I'm very happy to be here. But let me just start by saying it hasn't been that difficult to convert me to being pro-evidence-based policymaking. I'm a scientist in my background, but I have to admit it didn't help me being overtaken by the chimps when I took the survey. They're still better than I am. You summarized what I'm doing quite succinctly. So SDC is part of the Swiss Ministry of Foreign Affairs, and in a nutshell, we are given a chunk of taxpayers' money, and we do our utmost to spend it in the smartest, most efficient, most effective way, on one hand, to support humanitarian aid efforts where they're needed, but then also to support the efforts when it comes to sustainable development. So in a nutshell, this is what SDC is doing. What that translates to is that in a given country, we might be engaging in 2 or 3 different sectors, from decentralization to health to support for SMEs. Because we've been talking about healthcare a lot this morning, if you look at how such an engagement would look like in the health sector, we might be supporting WHO and the World Bank on healthcare reform, and then at the same time try to complement that with working with NGOs who are trying to promote, in particular, these neglected topics in many countries like healthcare, like mental health. And then with that, and I think this is something that Johannes has alluded to, we also try to make sure that when we work with these organizations on these topics, including NGOs and with the government, that the data part, that the evidence part is not neglected. On the more international stage, we are working with key partner organizations that we fund, that get core funding from us, with whom we have an institutional dialogue. And there you have the big UN organizations, you have the ICRC, you have
Paris
WHO.
21, Paris 21.
Paris 21 gets some funding from our side as well. And this is essentially what I'm doing now. I'm responsible for our engagement with the operational multilateral agencies.
Very interesting. Why don't you spend more money on data and statistics? I will come back to this question, but you can think about it, you know, because
I'll do some thinking.
Because we heard from Johannes it's less than 1%. First, I would like to introduce Naina Das to you all. She is head of research at Impact Initiatives, an NGO. Prior to this, she has also worked as a researcher within the humanitarian sector in contexts like Jordan, Bangladesh, and Nigeria. Could you please as well give us an impression about the organization and what you are doing there?
Yeah, thanks, Christine. So I'm representing Impact Initiatives. We like to call ourselves a think and do tank, not a think tank. So our idea really is to produce data, disseminate data, and try to promote kind of knowledge and insights on how to actually do evidence-based policy making. Concretely, what that means for us is we're operating in 25 different country offices, mostly conflict and fragile settings, kind of collect the data from crisis-affected communities, analyze it, turn that into some meaningful insights, and bring that to decision makers to make sure, vulnerable communities can get the help they need when they need it and how they need it. And by definition, me as a head of research, I hope that's clear, but it's a research organization, and I'm kind of overseeing the research processes for Impact.
Mm-hmm. Can you give us maybe an example? Mm-hmm. What do you need good and trusted, reliable data for concretely?
That's my bread and butter, so I can talk about it for hours, but I will try to be succinct. Speaking specifically from the humanitarian sector, where I'm most familiar, right, the sad reality is, I think, the scale and severity of humanitarian crises are probably the worst now than they have ever been. The UN estimates about 300 million people, I think, currently in need of humanitarian assistance just for 2023. And the amount of funds needed to address those needs is more than $50 billion. And this is just 1 year, right? So what that means is we need to have information and insight to be able to prioritize whatever limited resources you have. So decision makers need to be able to understand, okay, where the whole world is in need, everybody needs assistance, but where are the most pressing needs? Which groups are most affected, where are they located, and how do you kind of use that information to actually prioritize a bit as much as possible. It sounds bad, I guess, that everyone can't get the aid they need, but that's the reality we're in, right? On the second side, I think what Nicole said, a lot of funds for humanitarian aid is coming from taxpayers, and this means there's a bit of accountability to know if the aid that's being spent is actually bringing any impact. Are we actually being able to achieve something through all these funds and interventions?
How can you prove that? Where's the
with
pressure
data and
coming
statistics?
From?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
Well, there are many ways to kind of look at, okay, this is the situation pre-intervention, and this is what we see post-intervention. And hopefully, if you do a good data collection analysis, you can see concrete results. Outcomes, including SDGs, progress based on this, right?
Mm-hmm. Can you deliver what is wanted, or is it a gap between nice to know versus need to know?
This is definitely, I think, the biggest challenge. As data producers, we are under a lot of pressure to kind of say, okay, great, you have all this information about this crisis, but tell me very specifically, what does this mean for, I don't know, unaccompanied and separated children, right? A very specific group. The more kind of granular and comprehensive you want to get, the more expensive that data production effort becomes. So I think for us, unfortunately, it's always a trade-off from trying to discuss with these partners and the data users what is actually something that is nice to know, this is good information to have, versus something you absolutely need to know to take decisions. And you have to, because funding is limited, so you have to kind of make some trade-offs. As much as we would love to have a completely inclusive data collection effort, that's the reality that we can't deliver on right now.
Thank you so far. Nicole, to come back to you, why is not more money being spent, in data and statistics? We heard from Johannes, it's less than 1%. So what's going wrong there?
And as Johannes told me over lunch, Switzerland is even worse than the average.
No, really?
No, look, I don't think there is any lack of understanding of the importance of data for policymaking or for accountability and transparency reasons. I think this is kind of well understood. In many countries, in many donor countries, in highly developed countries, having reliable data is seen as a given. Of course we have that. This leads, unfortunately, to the fact that we overestimate the quality of data everywhere else, and we tend to underestimate how much effort it takes to get good data. I mean, you just alluded to that. This morning we did the chimp test, and we realized that a lot of our worldview is based on what we know and how we perceive it. So data is a given. Why would you not know how many people you have, how many women, how many this, how many that? So This overestimation of the quality of the existing data and the underestimation of how much it takes to get good data is real. The other problem is that improving the statistical capacities of any given country is a long-term effort. It's not, as you said, particularly fancy. It's not immediately tangible results. So we have taxpayers who want to know, what have you done? And we have done something really crucial that's going to pay off in 10 years' time is always extremely difficult. This doesn't just apply to data, it applies to a whole bunch of other issues as well. We're also confronted with a zero-sum game. You talked about these increasing crises. I went to the annual meeting of the World Bank and the word polycrisis came up, a new creation. But it means that there is trade-offs. So unfortunately, investing in long-term statistical capacities of countries becomes really important, but not quite urgent. And this is kind of a toxic combination. So what happens is that donors tend to, being still aware that this is an important topic, they tend to do two things. They invest in one-offs, like we fund the census in a given country. But this is the equivalent of saying you're going to save democracy by funding one election. It helps, but it doesn't exactly fix the problem. And the other thing is that we try to really integrate data in our existing projects and programs. So I talked about health and how we can make sure that the data aspect of healthcare reform is duly taken into account. At its best, this is complementary to national efforts in health data, in statistics. At its worst, it creates silos, it creates non-interoperability, it creates data cemeteries. And trust me, there's a lot of data cemeteries around. It's data that was collected and put somewhere, and that was it. And then nothing happened. And then last but not least, you do see quite a few governments themselves, when we ask them, what would you like us to engage in? They deprioritize data as well. That doesn't make it necessarily easier.
Why?
Because investing in data doesn't give you an immediate voter return on investment, brutally speaking. And I can give you an example also how we make our own choices. So I worked in Ukraine. I was responsible for our Ukraine program until this summer. But the example I'm giving you has not very much to do with the war because it predates, so it was before COVID. We were essentially evaluating whether we would continue, whether we would work with the Office of Statistics of Ukraine or with the newly created Ministry for Digital Transformation. And the Office of Statistics has existed for a very long time. It's fairly paper-based. It has lots and lots of records, lots of rotting records, and you have this new and dynamic and highly capable Ministry of Digital Transformation. It was a no-brainer where we were investing. So, and it was right. If we look at what the Ministry of Digital Transformation has done with data, with applications, with outreach and crowdsourcing now during the war as well, they are now collecting data on damages and needs around the country in a way that no statistics office could ever do that close to the time itself, with that kind of up-to-date data. So what is it? Do you invest in the infrastructure, the backbone that every country needs, or do you invest into something that you have a usefulness that is immediate?
Yeah, understandable. So Johannes.
Yeah, I just wanted to build on your first point. I couldn't agree more on seeing that many people in the aid agencies, but also beyond, I would also say in the research community and other communities, underestimate the quality and availability of data. Let me just give you one example. I had the opportunity to go to Addis Ababa some 10 years ago for the financing for development work and meetings, and there was Belgium, he's now prime minister, at that time he was development minister, and we were talking about data and statistics, about funding and those kind of things, and it was, I just pick him as an example, and he said, well, I mean, guys, I don't understand the problem. We have no big data. Everybody in Africa has a phone. Data is abundant. We talk about data tsunamis. Have you seen the Economist article? Data is oil, data is tsunami, data is all there. I don't understand the problem. The data is there, it's not the problem. So then you have to, it's also then education to tell him and to tell the other guy, hey, wait a second, we are not talking about any kind of data, we talk about statistics, which is already a difference, and we talk about quality data, which cost a bit of money. And of many things you were saying, I mean, for instance, I just had a conversation this morning with a colleague who works on civil registration and vital statistics. Many people wouldn't know that for quite a few countries, we don't know the exact number of people living in that country. We don't know the deaths, we don't know exactly the births, not speaking about sex disaggregation. But then still, we do fancy analysis, we do regression analysis with the numbers that we get because we believe, they come from the World Bank, oh, they come from the IMF, oh, they come from the UN agencies, without knowing that those agencies source their data from the national statistical offices. Sometimes, of course, they also run their own service. But the problem remains the same. The investment in the infrastructure, this is very difficult to convey, that this is important. And the other part to this is a classical public good issue. It's a global public good. This data is produced and you don't necessarily know who will pick up the data to do what kind of fancy analysis. Maybe it's for some use, maybe it isn't. It's a public good issue. And here we have the classical failure of public goods. It's underinvestment, nobody cares. And if we are not speaking up loudly, it will not change.
Interesting point. Thank you very much. Are there any questions from the audience here? Don't hesitate. Yes.
Thank you very much. My question is for Ms. Ruther. So you mentioned that it's really difficult to invest in data, and it's also very difficult to convince policymakers to invest in it because it's a long-term investment. I would like to look at it from a more academic perspective because I know that academics produce a lot of knowledge and data in their research, whether it's at the PhD level, at a master's level. A lot of data is collected by students for theses, for research projects. And I haven't really heard anyone talk about how that data gets taken up to programs. I do know a lot of students or studies that have been done maybe at a PhD level, at a postdoc level, that even conduct like impact evaluations using these fancy methods. They even invest in data collection. But I feel like this data just gets lost in an academia bubble. And so I would really be interested in knowing what we can do to also establish this link between academia and especially the humanitarian agency, because I do know that a lot of RCTs get done, a lot of impact evaluations, but these just stay in the academic journals, and even the data sets coming out of this don't really make it out to the public. I also know that the SDC funds a lot of studies for PhD.
We do.
And I don't know how they take that up. What is the channel?
You are putting your finger on a very sore point. I think that I will also have my colleague answer, because I think one of the, I was talking about data symmetries. I think the same can apply to academia to a certain point. There is a problem of aggregating data that is collected through universities. There is also a problem of methodologies that allow comparisons. I think how do you make data that is collected compatible and then maybe not only applicable to the study question that you're looking at, but in a more general way? A lot of academic research, and including, by the way, some of the studies that we do, pinpoint a very specific problem. And then the value of the data is in its volume and aggregation and taking it away from that pinpoint. So how do we do that? As far as I know so far, there is no universal discipline on how academics collect, keep, and share the data that they use for their studies. But the researcher is actually sitting next to me.
Naina.
Yeah, I think I would agree with Nicole. I mean, I can speak more from like the practitioner research point of view, I guess. Oftentimes we realize that there's a lot of academic research happening which is very linked to similar topics, similar study issues, similar problem areas and regions that we're looking at, and there's not enough effective collaboration to kind of make sure all of that can be somehow consolidated into good insights and knowledge for decision making. We've had some kind of successful partnerships recently where we partnered with, for example, Johns Hopkins University. We collected the data for one purpose. They repurposed it to look specifically at some implications of COVID. And you know, it was a good way to say, okay, you can collect data for a certain purpose, and then you can bring in additional insights to then make it as useful as possible for programs. But unfortunately, this is just one or two examples from our kind of 10 years of research. So definitely something to be improved, I think.
And I think maybe just another example of how you can connect this is when your research is somehow linked in country to a specific local authority, national authority, a specific topic, a specific, where the application is fairly direct. And I'm going to just extrapolate for myself. When I did my master's degree, the data that I collected in the Sultanate of Oman at the time was then, became part of what the Ministry for Water was collecting for their own national water database. But that was in the design of the study itself. Whereas the results were fairly academic, the data was theirs.
Yeah, just, I mean, building on and telling a little story here. I recall in my former life, I was working in the academia. I did a PhD and I collected data on coffee. I went to Guinea, Conakry. There was this Max Havelaar initiative, Fair Coffee. And so I thought, oh, it's a good topic for a thesis to look into how these producers are working. Do they comply with certain standards? And what is the price for coffee, the local price for coffee, versus the international market price. So I went there, I interviewed farmers, I did my little own self-selection of farmers. I asked them, how much price do you get if you sell your Robusta or Arabica coffee? Okay, I took note, and then I went to the local, it was in Zero Kure, which is a regional, if you know, Guinea-Conakry, it's at the border to other countries. And I went to the local office of statistics, and at that time I had no clue what that actually means. And but I wanted to double check if my numbers somewhat make sense in relation to the numbers that they have in this office. And then, I mean, it was 25 years ago or so. So I went to the office, there was one person sitting, no computer, he just had a big book. There was hardly anything in this office. He had a big book with data in it. So I came, I said, 200 FCFA per kilogram, is this about to be right? And he looked at his book, he took my data, he erased his own data, and he put my data into his book. Which I then said, maybe the quality of that statistic isn't so great because I didn't do any kind of sampling. But it showed you also, in some instances, some national statistical office in poor countries, and I had the opportunity now in my new job to visit quite a few of them. It's terrible. I mean, in terms of the basic infrastructure of, I mean, you see piles of tons of paper somewhere. You see hardly any PC. There are no more modern things, I'm not saying this, but in some countries it's really, I mean, we have the basic money needs to be there to have that basic infrastructure, and it just costs a bit of money.
Yeah,
and,
so you know where to put the money.
Exactly.
Right? I mean, otherwise it's like a riddle a little bit. So, or the first thing you see. I have a number, and I'm very careful today with facts, because I have not double-checked it. So maybe it's from the chimps, I have no clue. But 700 million US dollars, we need more now per year to be mobilized until 2030 to ensure that low and middle income countries can strengthen their statistical system for the future. Have you ever heard that number? So that's my second source here. Where's this money coming from? What is the solution? We need more money. What is the solution? I mean, we can sit here and...
I think we shouldn't have this debate only about more money. I mean, that there is much more to be done. And I think your question just on the academic side, I think we have to be more imaginative. I mean, the money will be scarce, regardless of what we do. That's just a fact. And we heard about polycrisis and other things. So, but I think we can do more. I mean, we can think about public-private partnerships. with the companies that has been discussed for quite some time, but also with citizens groups, and this could be quite nice. I mean, we talk about no more, and let me do a bit of marketing. We have a wonderful, with the statistical office, Benjamin is there, and George, on the 23rd of March, we have a fantastic event in Basel, in Baal, to discuss the localization of data. So how to bring in different data providers, how to see. So in particular, I believe we haven't fully utilized citizen-generated data. Citizens collecting themselves data, and that could be quite interesting because they're quite motivated, for instance, on data issues related to public transport. Or is the bus, it's not in Switzerland, bus always comes at time, train always comes in time. If you go to France and Germany, you can be sure it's not always this happening, so you can take notes and you can report back. Same for health system. I lived for a bit of time in a few African countries, and normally it's public health is free, but if you go to the hospital, you have to pay under the table. But wouldn't it be nice to document that money that you pay under the table and have somebody who verifies those data, and then those people go to see the statistical office, they discuss, and you advance this thing. So I think let's not only focus on money, it's important, it's missing, but also think a bit about other innovative solutions of how do we achieve the end goal. The end goal is better information for better decisions.
I hear you, Johannes, but I will still go back on money. Sorry for this, because, you know, I would like to hear some solutions or some thoughts. How can you put more fuel into this debate that maybe it's more common sense that we need, besides that, what you said, more money. What are the ideas? I mean, if we hear data are the new gold, gold has a price, for example. So, what are your ideas?
Okay, I'll make two comments. One is outside the box and one is inside the box. The one that's outside the box, I mean, we live in the information age, and the information age, the natural resource that fuels the economy that stems from the information age is data. And not just personal data linked to social media, but the data exhaust of the country becomes, for quite a lot of companies, the resource with which they make money. And in that logic, the question is should there be a need to share some of that profit that is made from this natural resource of our data exhaust? Because we all produce data not just by using social media, but by walking in and out of the station, buying a ticket online, all of these things. Is there for a country a possibility to say, hey, this data exhaust has value, and if somebody makes more value with it, we need to have a share of that? And will that share then, and that's the big question, is there a political will to invest in statistical backbones or in better coordination between all these data sources, a clearinghouse of quality, a way that we can share data in a better way? And that is, in the end, it always ends up being a question of political will. Very cynically, we were talking about, do all politicians want actual data instead of perceptions of realities? Is that really what is wanted? And I think this is at the core of the whole thing. So trying to see whether data exhaust, whether the data we all collectively as society produce is a resource, and whether that resource should or should not be taxed, is a question for politicians. That's the outside of the box one. Maybe the more inside of the box thing, I do believe that we can make quite a difference with pretty much remaining resources if we ensure that when we implement programs and projects in countries where we talk to our implementing partners, that there is a standard that is shared on how we collect, deal, and manage and share data. So somehow, and I'm looking at Johannes, what would be a minimal standard that UN agencies implementing, World Bank implementing across the board would have to use to get something where we can start connecting a qualitative body of data that would make sense for the Agenda 2030 and so on?
A quick answer, please, Johannes. And then I will ask Naina, and then we will come to an end here, that we are on time for the next panel with Claire.
I think that's a fantastic question for the Statistical Commission, which will meet in just a month's time, where the agencies and international organization coordinate. I think it's an interesting question. I mean, related to this is the reflection on what is the minimum. We talk about, I think rightly so, about the infrastructure, and you said backbone. I think on point. Would be good to know what would be, and I'm not a statistician, but we have a couple of people here who really know, what is the, for start with low-income countries, right? And then the middle income, what is the minimum thing we should have? What is the minimum, how should the minimum backbone look like? What kind of data is on economic growth, trade, poverty? What is the statistical ideal situation for these countries? How would it look like? What is the current situation, and how do we get from the current situation to this ideal other situation? And that could be a compact that could be dealt with or agreed with by funders and by the agencies to agree on how do we go from where we are today to where we want to go. This maybe goes into your direction.
Naina, you have the last word.
Oh, a lot of pressure. I don't have an answer on how you can get more money, but I do think two very important reflections. I would agree with Johannes that I think we need to, there are cost-effective solutions that can be found, right? I think we need to get a bit creative. 700 million is a lot. I don't think we'll ever be at a point where, you know, you're going to have that much money to just invest in data and statistics. So trying to really look into like private sector, other innovations to really find some cost-effective solutions. But I think we also have to be a bit careful about talking about financing data just in terms of financing data production. Because for me, data availability is not the end, right? It's a means to an end. It's a means to ensure there is, hopefully, more evidence-based decision-making. So I think this needs to go hand in hand, and maybe I'm saying we need more money, but it needs to go hand in hand with more initiatives on how to improve data storytelling, uptake of decision-makers, uptake of data by decision-makers, how to, you know, invest in initiatives like the efforts by Gapminder Foundation, etc., right? So really, like, bringing data production is not enough to just finance enough data production, but also take it hand in hand so that the data is actually being used and doesn't land up in massive graveyards, as Nicole said. So I'll leave it at that. Sorry, no solution on how to bring more money.
So maybe there's more solutions coming out from the audience here or from the audience at home, so you can write it in a tweet, and we are happy to receive some more solutions. Thank you for the moment. Thank you very much, Johannes, Naina, and Nicole. And we will have a cartoon to end. Oh, yeah.
Very good.
Aha. Everything is... the fuel, huh? You took the fuel. Thank you very much. It's clear. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thanks for the input. Thank you for listening. Thank you for you. Claire.
Thank you, Christine. So we're just going to do a little bit of an internal recap, and let's bring on our, what did you call him, Christine? Our Hollywood star from that video that we saw earlier, the bubble video, George Simon Ulrich, the Director General of the Swiss Federal National Statistics Office. George, please come and join me, perhaps take a microphone, and we'll do this standing. So just, a few highlights, a few key takeaways of what you've heard so far.
Thank you very much, Claire. You can call me George.
Good.
Like George Clooney, you know. But
of course, yes. And I'm Amal, indeed, if only. Yeah.
No, I mean, one of the aims today is really that we understand better the worlds from each other to get value out of that, and of course that needs also that you stay on the floor. So I mean, it's nice to have a career as a Hollywood star, but I think I stick to the statistical world. Now, I think the good thing is that we see that collaboration from different angles is incredibly important, and then you also have to think through the whole value chain. It's not only one thing or the other thing; it's the thing what we can do together. And I mean, what we've seen up to now, it is that everybody can learn from each other. One, how we do visualization. The other one, how to collect data. That we need some money for that. We need competent people. And I think that to see that the working together is actually the value, what we can make out of that. And this is, I think, one of the best takeaways I took up to now with me. And I think this is actually the aim of the Project Rosling, that we learn from each other.
So there's actually, isn't there, a physical takeaway? There's a little booklet, and there's some posters. Tell us about those.
Exactly. You have in this little booklet QR code. You can also go outside. There are some posters, and you can take this QR code. And the good thing on that is that if you download that, then you can see the posters three-dimensional. So you can walk through the picture. So you just have to try it and see, because this also with the idea to see innovative possibilities to visualize data. And I mean, this is just that you think about what you self could do with data, and this is one of the possibilities we just made for you. So just try it and have fun with it.
Yeah, please have a go. We also, of course, we're going to have another poll here. Let's have a look, though, first at this. This is what George has just been talking about, how you can see things in 3D and navigate your way through.
And you can see you can come from different angles. It's more dimensional.
Excellent. A little snapshot there. Fantastic. Okay, on to the next poll. Stay with me, George. You most probably will know the answer, so you have to not give it to them. But we know remote audience beat the chimps, this audience QR code. So what's the question they've come up with here? 2020, the volume on data information either created, captured, copied or consumed worldwide was 64.2 zettabytes. What's the forecast for 2025? A zettabyte seems, it's a big byte.
Normally,
yes?
Most people think in rice and not in zettabyte.
Right. Okay. So let's see how our... this is getting quite technical now, these questions. So we can see that most of you think there was a 32-fold increase. That's going to be the forecast for 2025. Then there's a 3-fold increase or a 9-fold increase. Okay. I think they've gone and it's gone green. Does that mean it's the right answer? Yes, there we are. Okay, that's interesting, isn't it?
We're already framed from the morning.
Yeah, because you just think that it was going to be massive, and
absolutely.
Actually, it was not the case at all. Okay, so I'm not sure whether that was one for the chimp.
And lower as the chimp. No, chimp would be 33%.
Yeah.
I'm very sorry.
Yeah, there we are. Where it was getting technical is the afternoon, but we're keeping you on your toes. George, please stay with us and do take a seat over there. And I'm going to invite Peggy Hicks, who is a human rights expert from the Office of the Commissioner for Human Rights. Yes, please, there. Peggy, there. Peggy's really steeped in human rights. You were the Global Advocacy Director of Human Rights Watch, I believe, also. We are going to talk about human rights, but actually we're also, the title of this session is Data Stewardship. And that may be familiar to you, or that may not be familiar to you. So I am going to go to the master of data stewardship, because I understand the Swiss have just been given the authority on this, and the National Statistics Office in Switzerland is in charge of this. Tell us, in very simple terms, what is data stewardship and why is it important?
First of all, I'm not only a Hollywood star, but now I'm also a master in whatever.
Little bit of flattery.
Incredible what the career just on one panel. No, it's not so easy to explain it, but maybe it helps if you know that everybody of us knows that we could do more out of the data if we would work better together. Mm-hmm. And we can also make more out of the data if we would have known where the data is and things like that. And a data steward helps. It helps for making the governance, the strategy, and help to build up processes, and looks for collaboration. So that we, at the end of the day, we can do something with that data, that we can learn out of that data. It was a bit what Nina was saying before. It is not just about financing something because of the sake of financing. It's that we do something together which makes value. And the data steward help.
And is the idea that it's always going to be the National Statistics Office who's the data steward?
At the end of the day, it has to be one. I mean, of course, you can say that the people working for a statistical office, they know exactly what it is, and they are having a lot of skills in that direction. But at the end of the day, they do also have to have this role, and they do want to have this role. So in Switzerland, it is like this. In New Zealand, in Estonia, things like that, there it is the statistical office. And if you ask me, of course, I would wish that the statistical office would be that, because we have already also on an international level, on the UN level, a very good network, and a part of our work is finding common definition, common reference models, talking about the nomenclatures and things like that. This is part of our job. But at the end of the day, it also needs to have the support of the local governments. And if this is the statistical office, I'm very happy. If it is someone else, it's okay.
So we've got, 26 cantons, 23 full cantons, 3 half cantons here in Switzerland. So does that mean that you can tell them what to do, or do you have to negotiate to get them to what, provide data?
I think you live in Switzerland, don't
I do. I vote in Switzerland too.
I can say whatever I want. That's the very great thing here in Switzerland. But I don't have a law to tell them what they have to do. I mean, of course, for certain things, we do have a law. For example, we don't do the census anymore because we have registers. And there we have a law, and then, I mean, every place in Switzerland where you have a register, we just take them together. But no, in Switzerland it's like this. We have to negotiate everything. We have to go to the cantons, talk to them, and at the end of the day, it's up to them if they do something with us or not. But I mean, of course, the good thing in Switzerland is it's not so a huge country. So normally people commit to something, and maybe it takes a bit longer, but then it's also broader accepted than if you would do it just centralized.
So what would be the objections to having a data steward? Because there's some countries who have not signed up for this.
You have to start somewhere. In Switzerland, it was like this, that 2018, the Board of Ministers came to the FSO, the Federal Statistical Office in Neuchâtel, and they were asking me, can we put now this once-only principle in place? And then I was saying...
The once-only principle is you only give data once.
Your data, you give it only once, and then the government looks that those who have a specific law for it can take it. This is not like that today. Today, sometimes you have to give the same data a couple of times. So there was, of course, the aim to lower the burden of that. And then I was saying, look, one of the problems that we all together have is we actually don't know what we have. So we have to find a solution that solves the problem for everyone, wherever you are. So this was I would say, the invention of saying we need to have a metadata catalog. A metadata catalog is that you have a kind of a searching engine where you can find data, but it's not the data itself, it's the description of the data. Because no one can have something against showing what you have, but you don't give it. I mean, this is also within the law we have. I mean, you can ensure plus minus all the privacy topics.
So it shows where the gaps are too.
Could also, but it also shows you where the redundancies is. And then one of the important elements there is that when you show where redundancies is or where you have some lacks, you can also say, hey, look, you have different standards for the same thing, or you have different nomenclatures. So just to make an example, even we self in the FSO, when I started, we had about 15 different definitions for gender. It's maybe, again, 15, but it's not meant the same way. So we have to agree on how you code now a woman, a man, and so forth. And it sounds easy, it's quite difficult to do. But what we decided is we make a catalog that makes that visible. And through this transparency, you see what you have. And then you can also talk about the quality. Because if you want to do something or learn something out of these data, it needs also to have an understanding on how the quality is. And if you have no idea what is in there, I mean, what you can get out of it. So the first thing we've done was building up this metadata catalog, and the thing behind it is that we now go to all the cantons and to everybody and tell them, hey, look, there is something you can look, and your obligation is now that you look that your data is also visible here, and it's also reusable. And then we start from the bottom up, that everybody participating with that. And what our understanding is, we have kind of a basic service that provides for the public good, that people see what we have.
And you've got all 26 cantons who just see this as a positive?
We're on the way.
A very Swiss diplomatic answer there. I'm sure that you are pushing it through with a velvet glove, absolutely. Let me turn to Peggy then. What benefits do you see from data stewardship? I mean, what's your understanding, first of all, of data stewardship, and how do you see it relating to human rights?
Great. Well, thanks so much. It's a joy to be part of this discussion because for us, data stewardship is really an objective that we are fully on board with because it aligns very well with a human rights-based approach to data. So when George speaks about data stewardship as being something that brings people together around the data, and it goes back to what was being said in the earlier panel, I think by Nayana, about we don't just collect data so that we have it. It has to be used. And so it moves us from a collection agency to service provision and really puts people at the center of the equation around data. And when we look at the human rights-based approach to data, then that's one of the principles and work that our office has done for a long time now. It really is, what are the principles that need to underlie how we use data and how we collect data? And there are really sort of 6 principles within that are crucial. We look at participation, self-identification, data disaggregation, privacy, transparency, and accountability as the 6 core principles that will allow us to take a human rights-based approach to data and therefore be effective data stewards. And you might ask, well, what does it mean to a national statistical office to incorporate those, and why should you really want to do it? And the reality is we really live in an era where there is a lot of mistrust, obviously, in general, around public information, but specifically around statistics and data. And one of the key elements of this is really that this is an approach that can make data meaningful to the people that we want to use it and understand it. They need to see themselves reflected in the data for it to really have that level of trust that will allow us to have the impact within society that we want. So if we don't take this approach, then we really open the door to those who want to rely on misinformation, disinformation, and really sort of put the statistics and data to the side. So the more we can adopt a human rights-based approach to data, employ data stewardship, the more we will have the level of trust and engagement around data that allows it to have the impact within our societies that we're looking for. And to just underline as a final point, one of the key elements for us within that is engaging the communities who we're counting as part of the conversation. So we know that there are certain groups that are likely to be marginalized, less likely to be counted, less likely to be included. And the more we talk with them and engage them in the process, both the better data we'll have, but also the better traction we'll have for the results and that we want to achieve through that data.
And I was just going to pick up on a few of those principles. If we start with, well, the marginalized, the leaving no one behind. So how do you apply those principles? Because marginalized groups or those, say, migrants who may have an illegal status, they don't necessarily want to come forward. You were mentioning gender. Some of the countries where you're rolling this out, homosexuality is criminalized. So first of all, how do you reach those groups and make them feel safe that they can actually contribute?
Great. Now, it's a really important point, and it's, I have to be honest, it's something that has to be done deliberately. If it's not thought about, the risk of doing damage or leaving people out is grave. But we approach in this, as we do in human rights work generally, we start from a principle of do no harm, which means that we have to think seriously about what types of data we need. Data on personal characteristics has to be kept safe and used for purposes, the legitimate purposes that it's collected for. And it also means that when we're collecting the data, we have to make sure that we take into account the concerns of those particular marginalized groups that may have more concerns around how the data might end up. And that does, as I say, one of the first steps in making sure we do it right is consulting with them and engaging with them and having them be part of the process. That helps us understand what are the barriers to getting the data we want and to make sure that the safety protections that we build in are the correct ones. One of the key principles that relates to that as well is the issue of self-identification. So one of the things that we've really stressed and that we're proud of is the extent to which the work that we're doing with national statistical offices really looks at how we can bring that principle into practice, even in difficult settings. And I wanted to bring up an example my colleagues have worked on in Kenya, where we worked with the National Bureau of Statistics and National Commission on Human Rights to develop standard questions on demographic characteristics, including more sensitive personal characteristics such as religion, sexual orientation, gender identity, and ethnicity. And through that work, Kenya actually is one of the first countries in the world to be able to have an official survey question that allows persons of different sexual orientation and gender identity to self-identify. So it's that type of work that really needs to be done. And it requires linking up, and this is a whole other project I'd love to have a chance to bring in, but I don't want to have too long an answer here. But we're working very much to link up national statistical offices with national human rights institutions, because that partnership can really give the guidance that's needed to answer these tough questions around doing this in a safe way as well.
So let me ask George there about applying some of those human rights principles here in Switzerland on reaching the marginalized, working with them, making sure that they're part of the collection process. How is that done?
I mean, it's always like that we try to reach representativeness. I mean, that we really have everybody's, I mean, those who not counting, they're not counting at the end because they're not in the data. So you need to find ways to bring everyone into your data. And in Switzerland, for example, we of course have the reports of all the cantonal police stations if there is somewhere committed a crime or something like that. And the first difficult thing is that each canton has a different way of their definitions and how they do it and things like that. So our job is to harmonize that first of all. And these data is always, in the sense, representative that all those who were caught by the police are reported. But on the other side, you have questions that you ask through a representative poll, where you ask people questions. And there, of course, you not have a full representative picture of everything. So you have a sample. And then we have a kind of, we not can say for each person something, but for how it is a phenomenon in Switzerland towards this topic. And so this is a bit the way we try to approach it. Because if you would have to every single topic always everyone who has to answer it, and you would just give answer the whole day to some polls, and that cannot be the aim. I mean, we have to find ways where we say there is good information, that it's enough for making decisions, or that you know how it is, but also not so that people just working for statistics. That should also not be the case.
And just picking up on something that I think Johannes mentioned in the previous panel, that we haven't really unleashed the full potential of citizen-generated data. So I'm just thinking, in your metadata catalogue, do you accept citizen-generated data or data from non-governmental organizations which might be working with some of the marginalized groups?
Yeah, the idea is that all data, I mean, at the end of the day, the idea is that a data is harmonized where it is occurred, at the place. But we are not there. I mean, this is a long, long way. So that's why we take steps towards this. We start, for example, with data spaces, that those people who have a common topic should go in a way harmonizing their data. But of course, this is just a step towards a world that you have the data where the occurs already harmonized. And then, of course, everybody is part of it. No matter if you're an administration, if you're a canton, every person, every company. I mean, this is also the reason why we also have identifiers, for example, for person, for companies, for dwellings. So because then you can look if you only have a sample, for example, if this has a bias within, or is it really representative or not? So this is a bit the work we try to say at the end, everybody can be part of it. We start with the administration because there we have a kind of the power to tell people what they have to do if you want to. In the cantons, we have to negotiate it. And then if it's open actually for everyone. It is also the huge chance that this could be scaled up to a UN level. Absolutely.
Interesting. Peggy, just to come back on one of those principles, which I remember because it was the last one you said, on accountability. So how are you working with national statistics offices on accountability?
Great. No, it's an important question, and of course it starts from the premise that national statistical offices need independence and the ability to operate. That, as someone said on the earlier panel as well, some of what they'll have to say will not want to necessarily be heard. If the work is being done correctly, you're not only looking for data that shows progress, you will also see data that reveals things that may not be comfortable for those who have commissioned the data. So for us on the accountability side, it's the principle of independence. It's also these commitments about transparency and looking for how we engage a broader section of the population and others around the data. That's another way of making sure that accountability is happening. And as I said, one of the key elements is this work that we're doing between national statistical offices and national human rights institutions. And we found that that is a key way to make sure that the statistical offices, it works both directions, clearly. National human rights institutions find their engagement with statistical offices to be incredibly helpful because we know there's an incredibly important relationship between this evidence base that is necessary to make progress on human rights and the work that national statistical offices are doing. And I think on the human rights side, we're quite guilty of not understanding data and statistics well enough and not really exploiting the full potential of what national statistical offices have and know to be able to advance human rights. So it works that direction. But the other direction as well, the national human rights institutions can help national statistical offices to fulfill their responsibilities more effectively and be more accountable by they're the ones that will have the data, for example, on who is likely to be left behind. They hear from the people more directly what is going on within the society that may influence the collection of data in different ways, who will feel vulnerable, who won't come forward for different reasons. So it's those linkages that allow the accountability piece to work more effectively.
And is there that sort of collaboration between you and national human rights institutes?
Absolutely. I mean, this is, it's exactly like this. I mean, it's like if you work for a topic or you're also somehow framed. I don't mean that negatively, but it's good if you have your counterpart who have methodologically wise, neutral view and say, okay, if we want to really have a good result, a representative result like this, you have to apply this and this methods, or you have to take this and this data and things like that, helping both, to make a good product. Because actually both are a bit framed, it's a bit the one who has a methodological view, and there is also the independence is very important, so that you not just prove what people anyway think, what you mean. So that's why that you can base your decision on data. So you need both parts: someone who has the know-how, what is actually the topic for it, and someone who has the methodological know-how, how to approach it, what kind of data you need, that the data is good, things like that. And have a look from another angle. So that's why these collaborations are exactly very fruitful, absolutely.
And I'm just wondering about the Sustainable Development Goals. We started talking about them in the morning, and there's SDG 16, which I have to say, I often moderate on SDGs, but this is the one that somehow doesn't always seem to get the visibility of the others. It's peace, justice, and strong institutions. So, how do you get countries to publish statistics on, things on peace and justice where there might have been abuses, so that you can actually track the SDG 16?
Great. Now, I'm glad you were frank about the SDG 16. It does sometimes not get the attention that it should. And in fact, I want to just start out by emphasizing how perverse that really is, because in fact, it really is only through achievement of SDG 16 that the full range of the SDGs can be achieved, right? If you have a society that doesn't have the basic framework of rule of law and inclusive institutions, you won't be able to achieve all of the other SDGs as effectively. And of course, we've fallen way behind on achievement of the SDGs as a whole. So perhaps this issue of not looking enough at SDG 16 is part of the problem we need to address. Unfortunately, it does translate onto the data and statistics side as well. We are lagging way behind in terms of compiling, collecting, and publishing data under SDG 16. Some of it obviously is for the reasons that you said, that it's not easy data to get at, and it can be data that is sensitive to some of those in power in different ways. But it's also, of course, an issue that we have with the SDG data in general, where the resources that need to be around collection of that data are not always there. But we are working with UNODC and UNDP, our UN partners on this, to really have a survey initiative that allows and assists governments to be able to collect data along SDG 16. So we're trying to at least, part of how you get there is to make it easier to get there. And so try to reduce some of the resistance and barriers through that work. And then really working with national statistical offices to support their efforts. And so we're available to give them technical assistance as well to help them to capture this. And our office itself is doing our best to play a role in this, as we are the stewards of one of the indicators here, several of the indicators here for overall. But for example, an indicator that looks at attacks and killings and detention of human rights defenders, journalists, and others, and we publish that data globally as well.
I mean, in an authoritarian regime, though, that's a very brave National Statistics Office that collects and publishes that sort of data about attacks on human rights defenders and journalists.
Absolutely, and that's why you need, obviously, all the actors. So it can't ultimately be reliant solely upon the national institutions. It is important that there be, the possibility for global collection like we're doing on exactly that indicator.
I'm going to go to questions from the audience in a moment. I just had a thought, George, because of course you wear a second hat, don't you? You're the co-chair of the UN Statistical Commission, which were responsible for setting up some of the targets and milestones of these SDGs. I mean, any thoughts particular on the challenge for national statistics offices to collect and publish data on this particularly sensitive one of SDG 16?
I mean, for the goals, that's not we're the ones who are responsible for. That was really the political process. But of course, that you're not comparing apples with pears. We are the ones who did this framework, that how we're going to measure this. And because there are also 169 indicators, which sometimes are not really goals, but we had the job to really, within our community, discuss how we're going to measure that. I mean, I think there is no country who has all the measures, but then you can see where we stay, and you also see the gaps. And at the end, it is also a kind of, for each country, you can see where you stay today and where you want to invest. And that's also not the same in every country. It's depending a bit on the country. And the job of the National Statistical Office is, of course, look that you get these data, that they're reliable, have a high quality, and then you can report where you stay. That sounds pretty simple, is in fact very difficult. And this topic of data stewardship is also one cured a bit out of that discussion, because we also saw that that's not only the statistical office who collect the data. I mean, it's always a system with different providers of data, and we have to bring them together. If you're, for example, in Africa, maybe the Telefonica is more important than a certain institution from a country, because probably they have better data. So we have also to be flexible to get the data where there are data. I mean, here in the Western countries, we maybe have redundant data, but in some other continents, you don't even have data because you don't have an infrastructure. So that's why I think the role of the Statistical Commission at the UN level is not only producing information, like doing statistics, they also have a new role, being data stewards helping others? What can you get out of that data? What can you do, even though you're not within a national statistical system, how you can provide data that which can also measure something and give a value towards one of these goals. And I think this is an important thing, also opening the mind, not stay just within their own silo, but opening, going to others, like this collaboration example just shown, for all these goals. And I think this is a step, an important step for the future, for also the Statistical Commission for the next couple of years.
Okay. Questions from our audience. There we are. There's a gentleman who's made it very obvious that he has a question with his hand going up. Please say who you are and what your question is and who it's to.
My name is Riyad Bazia. I'm an independent consultant with the international organizations in the UN Geneva. Yes, financial data, but nowadays there is more opportunities to finance with the SDGs. It's better than with MDGs. Because with SDGs, we are doing PPs and PPPs between MDGs in 2000.
Hold on, I'm getting confused with all these acronyms. I know what
Millennium Development Goals. Millennium Development Goals, yes, from 2000 to 2015. Mm-hmm. Then, in this period, only for public sector. Since 2015-2013, what would have been launched in New York City, the SDGs, the private sector is welcome, and various kind of finance, including sustainable finance, sustainability. But the data, and nowadays, various kind of data, as you say, the access to data and which kind of data, and we see that also the Archie targets, Archie city, Japanese city, target on biodiversity and many...
So what's your question?
My question I will arrive, yes, because the target or the goals of Archie city on biodiversity, it was a fiasco, it didn't be successful. But my question is about data and stewardship. The access, as you said, and the usefulness, but in the weather, it's how much data is very, very useful because we navigate wherever, and we consume data for the next 24 hours, 48 hours, 3 days, few days. But the access for data, other kind of data. If you have to raise questions, this is my question. This is my question. Because from human rights perspective, it is legal and political. How we can prevent hacking data? Thank you.
How we can prevent?
The hacking of data.
Thank you.
So not a digital expert, so probably not able to fully answer it, but I do think, you know, going back to the issues around privacy that we discussed earlier, I mean, it is absolutely essential, and I talked about trust as well, that we build in, you know, very secure systems around the data that we're collecting, and that we treat it in the spirit of data stewardship with that level of protection necessary, especially for the sensitive personal data that we talked about, and limit its use as necessary for legitimate public purposes. So those are the main things that we focus on, but George probably has more to say on that.
I mean, hacking was, is, and will be a topic which will always be present. And, you know, it's like a circle. The more protection you make, the cleverer the others get. And if you look how many hacker attacks are every day in the world, I don't know, I think maybe there's a representative from Microsoft here. There are millions per day. I mean, that's, of course, a huge topic. But I think this is like a race somehow. We're getting better on both sides. And maybe it's also good because then you think to protect the data. It also leads to a discussion on ethics, for example, what we want and should we do what we can and things like that. And, you know, it sounds so easy on that level. But even ethical topics, what you can do with data is in every country different. You can do things depending on the country you live, or in the next country you can't do anything with this. So to develop an understanding on a global level is something which is incredibly important, and hacking plays a role with that. I mean, you see there are so many examples through hacking where people knew things they should know, but they didn't know before, and there you have a lot of examples you wouldn't want that this is open. But this is a part of our opinion building, I think it is important that it is here, and then you have companies fight against, and it's also for some roles good that there are hackers.
Can I just add a footnote on that? Although, of course, I totally agree that there are very different standards in different places about personal data and how it can be used. You know, one of the things we bring into that conversation is that there should be a floor that respects human rights in all of those places. And so that, of course, is this human rights-based approach to data, which would put real constraints around how personal data is both collected, stored, and used.
Yes.
I can just say how we do that in Switzerland. I mean, there, of course, in the statistical office has a law that we can interconnect also sensible data, but we have to aggregate them. Therefore, we can take these things who are of high value, can take out, but aggregate. But those who need to protect it, we don't give out. I mean, we have to ensure that. And then there are really physical, not in the net. We will see how it will be when the cloud is everywhere, how we deal with that. I cannot answer it today, but hoping that up to that date, maybe also the protection is better than it is today.
Thank you. Thank you. So if you've got a comment, please preface it that it's a comment, because otherwise I'll be very irritating and interrupt you. So if anybody's got a comment or a question, please put your hand up. Data stewardship, human rights, hacking. We've got good experts here. Is there somebody who I am told has got their hand up? Thank you, sir.
Thanks. Hi, I'm Amitabh Sharkar. I work at the Global Health Center here in the Graduate Institute. Thanks to both the speakers for very eloquent talks. My question is to both of you in the capacity. I think the echo is quite strong.
No, we can hear you.
Yeah. So my question is to both of you in the capacity of representatives to UN. So these days, actually, the data, it is influencing data stewardship, even the data ownership also. It's influencing the democratic parameters, like the mapping of behavioral mapping of digital footprints. It is social re-engineering. So in public health, we are actually calling it mental epidemic. And it is the problem not only in South Asia or East Asia, Africa, it is also a problem in Europe, North America, of course. So in the UN, I mean, do you think that there is some mechanism while the other associations are struggling to come up with so data platformization and how to build a credibility and accountability? So kind of a treaty for transparency, accountability, or any other mechanism to misuse of data.
Okay.
Thank you.
A treaty or a convention about the misuse of data, is that the understanding?
So we do work quite a bit on privacy issues. We issued a report recently for the UN Human Rights Council on the right to privacy in the digital age that looks at surveillance. So it looks at use of surveillance tools, which is a way to get data and information about people, both tools like Pegasus, but also mass surveillance within our societies that collects data and information that ultimately can be very intrusive in the ways that you're talking about in the health sector and otherwise. We also looked at end-to-end encryption and the need to continue to protect end-to-end encryption within that. So one of the recommendations in that report is for the need for global standards relating to data protection and privacy. And obviously, as we currently see it, that's an issue that's being handled at a national level, with it happening well in some places, as George said, and perhaps not as effectively in others. We, of course, saw with the GDPR, the European regulation, you know, a spillover effect in terms of how that both had impacts globally, but also is a model that's being picked up in different contexts. So, you know, from a UN perspective, we see the need for a global approach to data protection and privacy that implements human rights standards, but there isn't, on our side, a process in place to try to make a global standard on it, in part, I think, because of some of the difference in the landscape as well in terms of where we are on these issues, but maybe George has more to add.
Of course, I mean, it's at least the statistical office here in Switzerland, we anonymize the data, and we have to ensure that you cannot identify a person. And we do that actually for everything what we do. I mean, but of course, this is how it works in Switzerland. And it would be good if we reach something like that on a global level. But as you also mentioned it a bit, I mean, not all countries working the same way. And there are even countries there, they want to have this data, but they don't care about privacy. It's up to us and the UN also to really look at how they do it and what they do with this data, and then also be, if we see that something happened, what shouldn't happen, that we react on that and make it public. That's sometimes for the specific country not really helpful, but at least we can try to push countries towards that they really also respect the privacy of each person. Absolutely.
And I think part of it is as well, I mean, we saw this a lot during COVID, for example, with the adoption of all, everybody immediately jumps into the digital solution. We've got all the COVID apps and tracking apps, which, we can get into a whole conversation about how useful all that was. But the reality is they were collecting a lot of data, which was, in fact, incredibly sensitive and could actually be harmful if released in a broader way. And, looking for the least intrusive manner of getting the information that you need and keeping the data localized as opposed to collecting it centrally, the anonymity piece, and then temporally, don't keep data beyond the period of time in which it's needed for the purpose for which it was collected, are some of the key principles there. But again, you have to have the support of the relevant governments to implement it. But part of what we can do on the UN side is both to collect best practices and make it easier for people to put them in place, governments to put them in place, but also, as you said, to be quite vocal when there are practices that we think are going against those basic human rights principles, and obviously speak out when that happens.
Wonderful. So thank you very much for your questions. Thank you, George. Thank you, Peggy. Just stay with us. We have a minute before the tea break because, Enrico, I would imagine that you have a cartoon for us. So, the king of data. The data steward. There we are. Is that George? Who's the monkey? Excellent. Well, yeah, super, really clever. Thank you, Enrico, for making us smile. And we have a tea break now for half an hour, and then we're going to come back. There's a discussion that is going to be led by Catherine on data science, and we're going to have a closing ceremony with more from Ola Rosling. So thank you very much. Enjoy your tea.
So welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We will, in a minute, start with another panel about data science. I mean, if young people ask what profession maybe should I learn today, they hear very quickly, oh, software engineering or data scientist, be a data scientist, and you are set for life. We will find out if this is true because we have a very, very exclusive panel for you today. But we start with a question from the Rosling project. Here we are. In which of these countries do data scientists earn the most? They ask that in Switzerland, really. Let me think. So go ahead, bam. Oh. So 0 points for Norway, like the European Song Contest. Ah, no. Maybe I manipulated a little bit, huh? I did. But actually, I do not know the result. I do not know the result. So, are we finished with that? The machine is still working. Oops. Oh, Switzerland. Honestly, I did not check the result, but you know, if you, I mean, talk about earnings and salaries in a, let's say, international context, Switzerland very often is on high position. So it's Switzerland, with 50% of you all. Did somebody change his or her mind because of my comment? So better let the chimp moderate such stuff in the future. Okay, let's go on. So we talk about data science, and I'm very pleased to welcome now Jean-Yves Hart, actually a lawyer. He has been working at Microsoft for over 20 years, and in the last 6.5 years as Senior Director, Strategic Partnership, Microsoft here in Geneva. And his responsibilities includes the management of the company's relationships with international organizations, public policy, business and human rights, cybersecurity and privacy. Welcome to stage, Jean-Yves Hart. What was your type? Switzerland as well, by the way?
I was thinking more about Norway.
Oh, really?
Than Switzerland, yeah, I don't know.
So you could resist my manipulation.
But the chimp, your guess. Thank you very much, Christine. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm very pleased to be here with you. First, allow me to thank the organizers of this very prestigious conference for the invitation to keynote the discussion on data science. As Christine has just indicated, I'm not a data scientist, but at Microsoft I have the privilege of working with an amazing team, in fact, of data scientists to try to create a bridge and to grow as much as possible the bridge between this team and other teams at Microsoft, but this team of data scientists and international organizations here at Geneva or in Europe generally, also in other places, but mainly here in Geneva, in order to see how data science can help those international organizations in their mission, which frankly is to try to address some of the most significant, sometimes I would say existential issues that our world is facing, existential challenges, whether you talk about climate change or education, issues such as clean energy, zero hunger, no poverty. In fact, there are 17 big challenges that international organizations here are really trying to address. And the question is, how is it that data science can help those international organizations in their mission? In short, data science is, as you may all know already, the study of data in order to get some learnings and some knowledge out of data sets. Data scientists analyze massive sets of data. I'll give you an idea of the magnitude of the size of the data sets that data scientists are really working on. But scientists analyze massive sets of data to try to discover trends, to discover correlations between various factors that are in those data sets. This is a pretty abstract definition, I realize, and therefore I'm going to give you a few examples of applications of data science. Combining data about traffic flows, electrical vehicles charging network, and public land parcels in London, London City data scientists have really developed maps optimizing where the electrical vehicle charging stations should land in order to facilitate traffic and a smooth flow of traffic in London. And all that not simply to favor the demand of electrical vehicles, but because this is definitely part of the efforts which the City of London is doing in order to reach its goal, which is to be a zero carbon city by 2050. SDGs. Another example of data science application, using freely available satellite imagery and data sets of existing photovoltaic farms in India The Nature Conservancy, which is an organization in India, is identifying factors which are driving land suitability. So they are looking at the places where solar farms are already existing, how they connect to the network, and looking at those data sets, they are trying to identify the factors which are driving land suitability for solar projects, and they do that in order to help public authorities to better plan the siting for future solar energy development. So that's another example of where data science, the analysis of data to get learnings, can help in environmental sustainability. Let me move to other example and to another field, healthcare. That's also a field where data science is extremely helpful. I'll give you 2 examples. The first one is that a team of data scientists in the US has used data from, I need to look at the notes because that's a long institute, the National Fatality Review Case Reporting System, National Fatality Review Case Reporting System, to help understand the precise causes of premature infant death, whether during nighttime or during daytime, and all this with a view to providing recommendations to caregivers and to parents. Another example of data science close to us and that you have probably heard about was during the COVID-19, where the company I'm working for, Microsoft, collected publicly available data from more than 10 partners, including the World Health Organization, and Dr. Tedros was here this morning. We worked with the World Health Organization on this project, the Harvard Global Health Institute, and Centers for Disease Control in order to create and to share with public authorities across the world interactive visualizations that showed the trends in the progress of the disease, progress of vaccination, progress of testing, and progress to zero, in order to better understand where those vaccinations and testing were really effective, and to learn and to share better knowledge about how to address the pandemic. I could multiply the examples. I'll stop here. I'll come back to some examples of where data science is useful in practice later on. But here the point that I want to make is that data science in establishing this factual basis for policymakers to make decisions and to make good decisions, in fact, it combines several disciplines. Christine was asking and encouraging you to go to data science. I can tell you that data science is a multidisciplinary job. It includes, first, knowledge in computer programming. You have to write queries to the data set in order to extract the data. And writing queries to data sets, or to massive data, requires a good management of data languages, such as, for instance, the most used is Python. So you need to understand computer programming. You need also to understand, that's the most important in my view, statistics, mathematics, in order to, looking at those data, see the correlations, try to get the learnings from processing the data, see the correlations, figure out solutions to the problems, again, using usually machine learning applications. Very important is domain knowledge. There will be data scientists on the panel in a few minutes. I'm curious to know whether data scientists work alone or whether they work in teams. And in teams that include specialists of the domain in which data science is being applied. Think back at the example that I gave you about the traffic flows in the UK and the electrical vehicle charging system. Data scientists can extract the data, they can work with the data, but they need to know a lot. They need to know a lot about the domain of traffic, electrical vehicles, batteries of electrical vehicles, time that is going to take to charge those batteries, how long the charging is going to take, so that they can really design a network of charging installations which is going to be adapted and fit for the future of traffic in the city of London. This requires a lot of domain knowledge about traffic, about the city, about the habits of the customers over there. And that's why I think data science is very much a field in which data scientists work in teams, work with domain specialists. And the last point, is not the least, is communication skills. When you look at data, massive sets of data, petabytes of data, it's really huge, and people working on this and doing statistics, at some point they need to go out and they need to talk to decision makers. That's the goal of data science. It's getting the data knowledge, the data insights, in order to help others, industry leaders, public authorities, to make the right decisions, to make the good decisions. And therefore, there is a lot of communication skills that are involved in the work that data scientists are doing. Now, again, the ultimate goal of data science is to extract objective insights, knowledge from data. Actually, I've said usually it's petabytes of data. Now, what is a petabyte of data? Tell us a little bit. Okay, petabytes of data, it's approximately, I'm speaking under the control of data scientists here and looking at my notes because I made the calculation this morning. 1 petabyte of data, it's over 100 million digital photos. Take a photo, 100 million of them, that's a petabyte of data. I'm looking at one of my colleagues here, saying, yes, it's okay. 100 million photos, that's a petabyte of data. And you have data sets, which are really, it's tens, hundreds of petabytes of data. And so the data scientists are going to manage and to process those massive sets of data in order to get the learnings and help decision makers make the right decisions, as I was indicating before. Question then, is data science helpful to international organizations here at Geneva? And the answer for me in this respect is absolutely yes. Data science, as Christine was saying, is really the job of the future. It will be helpful to companies and to international organizations here at Geneva. Let me give you a few examples. If you look, for instance, at spending patterns on mobile phone services, how long people are using their mobile phone and how long they do this conversation, this can give an indication, just an indication about income levels in the country where you are looking at this. And those income levels can help the path to SDG 1, no poverty. So looking at these, pretty foreign data sets, the spending patterns on mobile phone services, time that you spend here on telecom operators, this can be helpful or can be provide some indication for SDG 1. Looking at financial transactions, especially time series of financial transactions, especially during economic shocks, this can give you some information about how men, women are going to spend the money, and it can give you some indication about SDG 5, which is gender equality. Looking at machine vessel tracking, so it's satellite imagery which tracks where vessels are, what they are doing, and where they are going, in fact. This can give you some insight into unreported, unregulated, illegal fishing, which is relevant to SDG 14, life below water. Another example, online research, information about e-commerce can give you some insight into the demand for energy-efficient products. And having some information about the trends for demand for energy-efficient products is relevant to SDG 12, responsible consumption and production. I heard in the previous session Peggy Hicks talking, and the other panelists, as a matter of fact, talking about SDG 16 and the extent to which data could be useful, to understand where we are on the path to SDG 16 on peace, justice, and strong institutions. Well, there is some data which can be useful for that. And some data that data scientists can extract. It's sentiment analysis on social media and sentiment analysis about effective governance. If you do this analysis on social media, you can have at least some information on where the country is on the path to peace, justice, and strong institutions. Now, this is not to suggest that data scientist is the panacea, that it is the risk-free solution to all the problems that the world is facing. After all, it's first a tool. It needs to be supplemented by right actions. But data science for sure is not the risk-free solution. And indeed, I think it's important when I talk about all the miracles that data science can help achieve, that I also mention a little bit of the risk that data science involves. The first risk is that the data and the data sets the petabytes of data, the 100 million photos that I was mentioning earlier, that those data are biased. They don't contain representative information of the objects, the population, the theme that you are, the industry that you are looking into. So the biases in data remains a risk that needs to be taken into account when you use data science. Another risk, which has also been mentioned, was a subject of questions in the previous session, is that the data sets still include personally identifiable information. And that just as much as you can do a lot with data science, the same tools can help you also, can be used in order to go back to the source of the information. And therefore, it's super important to ensure that the data sets do not include personally identifiable information about individuals, which would raise privacy concerns. And a final risk that I would mention, and there are others, but I'm going to stop here, because that one is also something which is accessible to the layman that I am when I'm talking about data science, is that the risk that data science be used for applications which are raising ethical issues, such as using data science in order to discriminate against certain groups of people, getting information that you enable you to different products, to develop products that are in fact going to discriminate against certain groups of people. We need to be aware of those risks. We need to pay attention to them when we think about, when we develop, when we run, when we use data science. But as long as we are aware of those risks, as long as we pay attention to cater for those risks, then I think that data science can be a very, very useful tool in order to profit the common good. And that's something that we will see definitely in the coming years. Thank you very much for your attention. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I have some questions, Jean-Yves.
Okay.
Don't leave us too fast. Huh?
Okay.
You mentioned the partnering with international organizations. Could you tell us a little bit more about that? Let's say the organizations, what are you doing there? Is it open? Is it for free?
Yes, I can tell you a bit about organization. The sum of questions is I'll try to answer. And indeed, when I talked to you about data science, I didn't mention Microsoft except once. In fact, we do some work with international organizations here at Geneva, where we are using data science. The first one is the first speaker of this morning, the World Health Organization, where we have helped the World Health Organization, together with Avanade, one of our partners, to create the World Health Data Hub, where health authorities from various member states, and in fact from all member states, can go and get their data hosted, which can then be the basis to get learnings about healthcare situation at a global level, at a country level. So that's one example of data science project on which data science and technology project and infrastructure project, in fact, on which we have worked here at Geneva with one international organization. Another one with which we are working right now is the World Meteorological Organization, which is developing, and I know that you are going to have a member of the World Meteorological Organization on the panel. We are working with the organization on a big plan, which really can save lives. It's the Early Warning System for All implementation plan, which will enable the organization and meteorological organization in countries to predict hazards, storms, floods, hurricanes. So it's a very, very important project. It's a massive project. It's really, I'm looking at the member of WHO, it's a massive project, which really, the first step is to collect the data, and then it will be to analyze the data, to make predictions, and to communicate to the countries where those hazards can happen, what will happen. So these are two examples. As an anecdote, and because Peggy was here before, I should tell you a story. When I arrived here in Switzerland 6 years ago, Brad Smith, chairman, told me, look, an organization with which you should work and it's really should be top of your list is the Office of the High Commissioner for Human Rights, because working the respect of human rights is really key in order to create the trust that people, that population can have into the company, into what we are doing. And so it's super important for us to be really role models in terms of human rights. So Brad told me, okay, go and talk to OHCHR. So I went to see and said, how can we help you? I said, you know, what would be super helpful is if you could help us collect information from various sources about the human rights situation that exists across the world and at country level, so that we have a clear view of what's going on. And for me, that is really, and I mentioned it to Peggy at the break, I said, I'm going to talk about you. For me, it's really the precursor of data science, because what we did was really to build a software program that would take data from things such as social media, the press, reports of on-site investigation, complaints that are filed with the Office of the High Commissioner, and collect all that information, process it so that we can give the office an immediate, instant view of the human rights situation in each country. Again, it's not data science. Frankly, the amount of data that we manage in this project, it has nothing to do with the petabytes of data that I was mentioning earlier, which is on what data scientists are more traditionally working. But for me, that is, and if we had to redo it today, I think that we would use data science much more than we did at the time. So these are three examples
with
of
machine
things.
learning and all that.
Yeah.
You had mentioned some of the risks that need to be considered in data science projects. You did not mention fake news.
Right.
And I don't think that data science is immune to fake news. How do you see that?
Right. I didn't mention
I'm
fake
coming
news.
from media, you know.
Yeah. So you know what you're talking about.
Exactly.
Of course, data science is not immune to fake news. The way I see it is really twofold. The first one is the one that you just mentioned, which is fake. There are fake news in the data sets with which data scientists are going to work. And for me, depending really, but that's really a question that should be asked to the data science specialists that are going to sit there. And I'm looking at them over there. Depending on really the volume of fake news in the data set that they are looking at, it's possible that the result of the data science processes they will apply will be skewed by the fake news. This being said, that's the other part, which I think is super important as well, is that you can use data science
to discover
fake news by looking at trends and saying, wow, that is an anomaly in the set of data news that I'm looking at. That's something which is completely out of pattern, and that can be, you know, an indicia of fake news. So the relationship is really in these two directions, at least these two.
Last question for you. When we talk about new technologies in an international context, another challenge needs to be considered. This is the digital gap between North and South.
Yeah.
Does it apply also to data science?
It does. It does. Data science is I mean, as you were mentioning, you know, it's the job of today, it's the job of the future, it's the job which, if I had to advise my son these days, I would tell them, one of them has done that, by the way. I told him what I was going to say, he said, that's okay.
So you double-checked, huh? Double-checked.
I double-checked with him.
That's good.
He said, that's okay. So there are data scientists here. The relationship of data scientists in the global north to the global south is 1 to 4. And if you look at Africa, it's even worse. I think the relationship between data scientists in Western world and Africa is something like 1 to 14, 1 to 15, I believe, if my recollection is correct. So there is really a big gap. We have much more people doing data science here in Europe, in the global north, than in the global south and in Africa. There is a digital gap. It affects data science as well. It's definitely a problem that we really, really need to look into and to tackle, because when you look at what the use of digital technologies these days, and you see that digital technologies are really pervasive. You see them in every aspect of our private life, of our work life. So it's everywhere. You need digital technologies to get access to information, to a job. You need digital technologies sometimes to exercise your right to religion. So it's everywhere. And we can't let this gap continue to get deeper and deeper. at Microsoft, something that we did, it was just after COP27, so a couple of months ago, we decided to create 2 data science labs, one in Nairobi, the other one in Cairo, to have their really local data scientists, the 1 to 14, so come to us, work with us on data science, and to work on climate resilience, which is really the main issue at the moment in those countries. So there is a gap. Again, I can't say more often and more loudly, we absolutely need to tackle it. We need to invest into it. And the investment that we have made in Kenya and in Egypt is just a little part of it. But I hope that others will join and will go in the same direction, because we really need to address this gap. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
So now we will welcome on stage the 3 experts, Enrica Porcari, Izuko Hasegawa, and Mercé Crozas. Welcome. Take your time, Enrica, huh? No rush. Come on stage, please. Yeah, risk management. So let's give them a warm applause. You underestimate completely how much easier it is, huh, to jump on a stage like this. So please take a seat also, Izuku. Oh, I would love to hear actually what you have thought, while Jean-Yves was from a lawyer's perspective. I'm not making fun of that. Thank you very much for doing this. To your expertise, but let's first introduce you here to our audience. I start with you, Enrica Porcari, head of IT department at the CERN since July 2021. Before joining CERN, Enrica was the CIO of the Consortium of International Agricultural Research Centers, a global research partnership operating in over 20 countries, and then CIO at the UN World Food Programme, the world's largest humanitarian organization. And she has also been engaged on the data protection, which is another thing, track of the Road to Bern initiative. Thanks for being here with us today. Can you briefly introduce us to CERN and tell us what its main mission is when it comes to data science?
Yeah, of course. Can you hear me? How many of you are from this area and have been intrigued by knowing what this 27 kilometers of underground tunnel, where there is 2 proton beams, I know, 2 proton beams traveling at 99.9% the speed of light, 2 opposite directions, and colliding in 4 places. Just, do you know how much data those collisions generate? Pictures are nothing. Millions and millions of pictures, high-resolution pictures are taken from the collisions, which then is converted into data. 90% of it is discarded very fast in the trigger system in the cavern, because this is data that we already seen. And then part of it goes into our data center, and we currently have over 500 petabyte of data only on tape storage, and that's only part of it because that's for long-term preservation. And what we do then, the data goes into our larger network of the worldwide Large Hadron Collider network, 140 locations worldwide, where scientists use the data that is generated by the collision to actually solve the world's most intriguing question, which is, where do we come from? Where does the universe come from? So
that's the question, huh?
Yeah, that is the question.
What is the answer so far?
if I had
still working on that.
Well, still working on it. I found a lot of, we are now just a few, fraction of seconds after the Big Bang. So we know what happened then. We're trying to keep on going back and find what happens, right at the Big Bang, where we all came. We asked questions. Why are we made of? If before there was the nothing, which is the balance of matter and antimatter, why do we only have matter now? Where's the antimatter gone?
Oh, now you really make me thinking. Where is the antimatter gone? This will really keeps me awake tonight.
Well, it'll keep me employed for a few more years, that's for sure.
Quickly, 3 more questions to you, because I really like it when people understand where the panelists come from. Data science is not new to CERN at all. I don't know if people here know that you invented the World Wide Web, huh? 40 years ago.
Not me personally.
Not you personally, but the CERN, right?
Yes. And yes, so I'm actually very honored to, my office is right next to where Sir Tim Berners-Lee used to sit. And you see, this is where it's interesting, because this is where a lot of people ask me, okay, but I come from a humanitarian perspective, Sustainable Development Goals 217. I've eaten that for breakfast, lunch, and dinner for 10 years of my life. Now I go into these esoteric discussions about fundamental science, and it's that how do you put the two together? And I come to realize that actually investing in fundamental science has a much closer link to the realities and the problems that we have, solving humans' problems today and tomorrow, much closer than we like to believe. So what happens in the case of the World Wide Web, as you said, data science is not new, and we had scientists already 40 years ago who were generating a lot of data. In the precursor of the Large Hadron Collider, we had the lab. We were clashing protons, right? Proton beams. So we needed to find out, what this data meant. And so, but we couldn't only do it at the CERN, so we were establishing big networks everywhere. And so the internet existed, but we didn't have a protocol whereby scientists could move data around. So what happened is, innovative, very creative, clever people who work at CERN, all of them, including me, thought, okay, but we could figure something out. And so they developed the protocols that we all know now, HTTP, PP or PS, depending on how secure you want to be. And so to be able to transfer data, not in suitcases and things, but through the internet. And then the real creative part of it was that we kept it open. And this is the real value that an organization like the CERN, whose work is to develop scientific tools and research, and that is, the application of it can be extended to other areas as long as we stay true to our commitment to keep it open. So this is how the World Wide Web was born, but also how it's changed people's lives in the last 40 years.
From the scratch, right?
So from scratch. Well, again, the question, the solution came from a question, which became from a fundamental science questions. But then the trick was to make sure that that stayed open, so everybody could use it through their ingenuity, through solving their own problems, for a huge societal impact. I don't think anybody can doubt that the World Wide Web has changed the way in which we operate.
Thank you. Thank you very much for the moment. I will introduce Dr. Merce Crossas to you all. She's a data researcher and technologist trained as an astrophysicist. So you could have an interesting exchange, I guess. Merce was Chief Data Science and Technology Officer at the Harvard University. Currently, she's holding the role of Secretary of Open Government for the government of Catalonia. And from March, she has a new role at the Barcelona Supercomputing Center. Shall we speak about the Supercomputing Center, which is coming up? So looking forward,
Certainly,
can you please introduce us to the Supercomputing Center? What is that, and what's your role then?
Yeah. First of all, thank you. I'm really delighted to be here on such an interesting day. So yeah, the Barcelona Supercomputing Center is one of the national, well, it's a national center in Spain for high performance computing. That means that we provide, I'm not officially yet part of it, but starting very soon. We provide this service for researchers, not only in Spain, but in all Europe and even internationally, right? To send jobs, computational jobs, right? That can go very fast. So for example, it has one of the most powerful computers in the top 5 most powerful computers in Europe. That means that you can do a job much faster than in other computers. And if we talk about some data, like we were talking petabytes before I think was zettabytes, right? And so in this case, we're talking about exaflops. So there are 300,000 exaflops. That means operations per second, 10 to the 18. An exaflop, one exaflop is 10 to the 18. 1 and 18 zeros, operations per second. When we were talking about zettabytes, those are 10 to the 21, so 1 and 21 zeros bytes of data. So we're talking about very large numbers.
It's a high amount, anyway.
So the center, the Barcelona Computing Center, doesn't not only provide this service, right, for researchers, but also does research on the data and using those resources. So there is research in earth sciences, climate change research, research in life sciences, in health and biomedicine, research in computer science itself, how to improve the computer, right? What are we going to do about quantum computers, etc., and research in engineering applications for all those other communities. And now we're about to start with my new position there, computational social science.
Okay.
And I can talk more about that.
Just a question, how many data scientists are in the room? Oh, there are quite a few, huh? Okay, there are some sitting all in the same corner. Because I
have to say that it's very hard to define you as a as a data scientist. Well, I mean, I'll try, but there was some time while I was at Harvard, I asked several of my colleagues, professors and researchers and postdocs there about how would you define data science and what a data scientist is, and everybody gave me a very different definition, and they are all very good expert data scientists, as I would call it. So there is no one definition. I think that yes, we want to learn from data, but of course, statistics over many, classical and traditional statistics have learned from data too, right? The machine learning, AI learns from data too, so what does it make it different? I think there is a lot of emphasis on using data, and it's more than just the learning from data, it's just how do you manage that data? How do you, when you look at the entire data life cycle, right, from the time of the collection, how you standardize it, how do you harmonize it, how you prepare it for your analysis, and how you share it later. So it's all the data-driven research putting an emphasis on how you work with data.
That's what drives
my
you,
definition.
Huh?
Because part of my data science expertise is more in the entire data management, data sharing, and the data life cycle, not only in the computational part or in the statistics or the machine learning, right? I think it's broader than that, and I think that's one of the interesting aspects.
It's very interesting. What made you change from the university now?
Oh, I guess the government of Catalonia forced me to go to. They nominated me as a secretary of open government, but then the government changed. So now I'm taking a new position.
Interesting. Thanks for the moment. I come to to Itsuko Hasegawa. Welcome. She is Chief Office of the Director, Infrastructure Department, World Meteorological Organization, WMO. Before joining the WMO Secretariat, she was Senior Scientific Officer at the Japan Meteorological Agency, which is Japan's national weather service, where she contributed to WMO's Technical Commission on Infrastructure as an expert on weather and climate data policy, technical standards and international data exchange, and data use for disaster risk reduction related application. Really, you gave me really a hard time, you know, with all this introduction. And just before asking you, I tell you here, I mean, I saw you here, the scientists' corner, the others are not. It's some of those panels, when I call the panelists prior and I say, it's a preparation, I have no clue what you are doing, you know? And when it comes to the examples, you know, when it comes to the life, what can you do, what is the benefit, what you can do, then it's the aha I have. So I learned a lot, and I hope we can spread that here. So tell us a little bit about your organization. I think we have quite a clue what you are doing, but what are you working, let's say, today with the newest data scientists knowledge you have?
Thank you, Christine, for the nice introduction, and good afternoon to all. And the World Meteorological Organization is an international cooperation and coordination mechanism for providing weather, climate, water services, and supporting infrastructure. So the WMO Secretariat across the railway from here is a relatively small secretariat with probably 300 staff members. But the field players are the national meteorological and hydrological services all over the world, and also meteorological satellite agencies, and also weather and climate modeling centers such as ECMWF. And I think they are collectively, as a WMO community, we are one of the biggest data producers on Earth system data. And actually, in the last question on the slide, actually I got wrong, because I know our community is for sure producing more than 32 false data in 2025 compared to 2020. So this is a typical misconception from my own field. But the question, if the data is consumed in a proper way, is a completely different question. And this is one of the challenges here. And my job is to coordinate WMO's Infrastructure Commission, which has a three-component components of observation, data exchange, and modeling. And actually, WMO was actually the older inventor of abbreviation of WWW. Actually, we set up 70 years ago. We set up a World Weather Watch program, which is actually a WWW program, which is still a flagship program of WMO. So. So the Infrastructure Commission provides a very important infrastructure for acquiring and also exchange data, and also standard and policy and standard setting infrastructure. So nice to be here.
It's so interesting what you all do and the organizations you are working in. I'm really impressed very much. What I was asking myself is, what are the biggest challenges currently when it comes to data science? Is it machine learning? Is it fake news? Is it not knowing where are the data from? What are reliable data? How can you know? How can you be safe? Tell me, what do you think in your field? Just start, yeah, please.
Yes, yes. So if I think of was the new initiative, the Barcelona Supercomputing Center on social science, computational social science, or data science applied to social science, which includes psychology, political science, economics, sociology, etc. Right. So in this case, a lot of times is the access to data that is reusable in a way that it's easy to just do analysis and apply methods. So that's one of the challenges. One of the work that we've been doing now since the 2016 with a group of academics, researchers, is to promote the FAIR principles. The data should be findable, accessible, interoperable, and reusable.
That's the FAIR principles. This is a standard.
It's not a standard. Principles is not the same as standard. You could apply a standards that will be aligned with the FAIR principles, and that's actually some of the work that some of us have been doing in saying what is that, how you could build a repository, for example, with certain standards that will facilitate supporting the FAIR principles. Like, for example, having a global persistent identifier that you can reference a data set and you know that that one is unique, and you can always access persistently that same data set, right? Or that you establish a metadata standard. We talked before, George was talking about metadata catalog. So could you use a standard like standards exist, like Dublin Core, schema.org, so a same standard that would then facilitate following these FAIR principles. I think two other more important part for the FAIR, well, 2 or 3 more important parts for the FAIR principles is also that you use vocabularies that are standard within your community. Some control vocabularies, some talk about that too, right? You define the variables.
So you know what you are talking about, and there's a common sense.
Exactly. Yeah. That if you're talking about this variable that is the gender variable, we're all using the same definitions as was referred before. We do that quite well with the space and time variables, but not across all the variables used in social sciences. And the other thing is the licensing for the data, or sometimes the waivers to be able to access that data in a freely open way, right? And I would say the last part is having repositories that provide this persistence or this preservation of data throughout a time. Well, in the long term, and I should not say indefinitely, but at least at long term. But there are other challenges, but so I don't know if I should let others talk. I have two or three other challenges.
Please. What from your perspective?
So I totally agree with Marcel says, making sure that we know what we are referring to, to have common ontologies, common systems, opens. I mentioned about our own principles of openness. All of the data sets and documentation produced by CERN is abide by the FAIR principle by design of our own organization. I think equitable access is an issue. I think it's something that not only because it's findable, everybody can have access to it, either because they don't have the capacity, the capabilities, the infrastructure to be able to. So I think that's something that I think as citizens of the world, we need to make sure that the kind of the gap that Geneva was referring to, we pay close attention to. I think the fact that from a governance perspective, ensuring the ethical use of the data is there. The more data we generate, the more opportunities we create, the more complex it is to establish relations and correlations, and the use of it becomes more dangerous unless it's regulated in a proactive way, in a way that moves as fast as technology moves. I think that unfortunately we still operate in a governance vacuum that is becoming growingly risky, because we make decision tools are in the hands of more people, because now you can access data in a way, and you run the risk of making the wrong decisions because you're subject to the biases that you were referring to without having the tools to actually regulate that. So for me, that is one of the risks we have. Not necessarily in the scientific realm where I personally am engaged in right now, but I saw in my previous experiences at the World Food Program and others, where there is a lot of this poor, kind of unbalance about those who have access to information and the tools to make appropriate decisions, and those who don't.
Thank you. I would like to move on. You said there's risks, and for many people who are not experts, if they hear machine learning, AI, now we have this ChatGPT, we have all those developments. For me, as a non-expert, that sounds quite dangerous, And I would like to ask you, Itsuku, what are the challenges to make use of AI, let's say, and machine learning in the context of your organization?
So I would like to highlight the initiative John-Eve already introduced, which is the Early Warning for All initiative announced by the UN Secretary General March last year, where the UN spearhead on actions to make sure everyone has an access to proper early warning system in 5 years. And we see a lot of opportunities in data science to connect the traditional meteorological and climate observation and modeling data to socioeconomic data. And because we promote really the impact-based forecasting, which means not only predict climate and weather variables or elements, but we want to know what impacts those climate and weather variables give to people. So to do that, we really need a very solid data set on the impacts posed by the past extreme events. But as already some panelists and speakers mentioned, there are huge bias and lack of high-quality data sets that is used for modeling the impacts of those extreme events. Then we make a very wrong and especially underestimation of impact of future possible similar extreme events. So from our point of view, the lack of high quality data sets in all over the world is a very critical issue here.
Thank you, thank you. Would you agree? So,
yes. Okay, I'll sound more convincing. Yes, but you asked the questions about biases and AI, and this is where I think it goes back into a little bit of the normative space, which is a bit of in a vacuum. So I think practitioners, scientists are really working hard on the openness, the fair principles, the open science. But again, it's a world that is moving faster than the way in which our own currently governing tools are able to kind of inject their protection of the individuals. And I think this is where maybe some of the risks come. But again, with every innovation comes risks, right? I mean, steam engines were an innovation that could have been very risky. Still is risky, but I think the benefit to society is larger than the risks themselves. So how do we as a society come together and kind of keep up the pace, or pick up the pace in appropriate way of governing these new technologies? I think is something we're still struggling with.
I think I would apply also some of the principles that we did for data to the source code, to the software that are used, the algorithms that are used for machine learning and AI. So thinking about transparency of those and having, and even more when they are used for public policy, right, for making decisions. In this case, here we've been talking a lot about evidence-based policy making, but that doesn't involve only data. That involves code, software, and the algorithms that come with that, or the analysis. And if those are transparent, when these and are well explained, right? Transparency, it's not only it's accessible, but it's explainable. It can be explained well. What is what algorithm algorithm you applied to that, then we have a more reliable, more accountable decision-making based on this data and code. So.
If I have a concern about the development, let's say, like a tool with ChatGPT, right? You all have heard about ChatGPT, I'm sure. So am I just not, let's say, up to date? Is it something positive, or is there a risk with all those tools? First question. Second question, who is regulating? Who is responsible that this is going to be handled in a correct way? Because it can be manipulative. What are your answers, quickly?
Yeah. Well,
yeah, go ahead. Yeah.
I can. You want to?
I'll be happy to generate a lot of citations using GPT, and I'll get a PhD in no time. The risks are that is hard to control. I think I was telling you earlier, when I was younger, I used to go to school, and I had to go on the internet and check whether I had I could be accused of plagiarism on papers that I wrote. I mean, now I want to find someone who's clever enough to avoid plagiarism with the new tools. So I think, again, technology is moving faster. But with everything, how do we make the appropriate and ethical use of technology as opposed to falling in the hands of those who make the bad use? I think is a natural question, is a human question as we progress as a civilization. And I don't think as I said earlier, I don't think we are yet equipped to have a governing framework that allows us to be as agile and as fast as technology is moving.
Thank you. Yes, I totally agree. WMO actually adopted the WMO Unified Data Policy for International Exchange in 2021. But actually, this is a very limited, I would say, in enforcing the policy, because basically our players and constituents are governments. So we get a government commitment, but okay, how we can further promote this kind of open data policy to other sectors, which is a big question mark. And this is also one of the limitations of member-driven UN organizations. So I think this kind of community and opportunity really needs to discuss what's the possible governance mechanism for such kind of data policy. Yeah, I totally agree.
Merci.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's part just adding to everything that's been said, but again, I repeat that when tools like that are applied to public policy, I think there should be a registry where those tools, at least you understand what the tool does, right? What is the transparency is possible, but again, at least it has this explainability, right? But also that understanding what data goes into the tool, because as we talked before, the quality of the data, the representative of the data is essential also for the results of what you get from any of the machine learning tools or AI tools. So I think, like, in a way, it's repeating part of what has been said, but just because there are risks doesn't mean that we shouldn't do it. It's just that, as with every technology and every in human history, right?
Always a dark side, huh?
We have that dark side, but at the same time, we have found ways of between governance, between normatives, between standards or best practices, right, to improve that behavior. So if we start with initially with we're still experimenting, I say we don't know enough about that, so we start with best practices and standards, maybe later then we can have normatives and have regulations that help to just control that. At the same time, I would use the time to say that the importance of, again, about social science. I'm a physicist and an astrophysics, but one of the great things that during all my years at Harvard was to learn the importance of social science when we do all the other types of science and when we have to solve big challenges of society and human behavior, social behavior, the social impact, and so of all those, the designing technology is essential. So understanding better social science, doing social science in the way that we have done for now from astrophysics, fluid dynamics, biomedicine, climate change, earth sciences, now applying that rigorous amount of data, that computational part to social science to help us understand more that human behavior would also help us to understand more the impact of building technology in a way that can have a bad effect to society. Because at the end, what we promote is to technology and advances of science for common good, right? For the public good.
Exactly. If you speak about common good, the last question to you all, and please try to be very short. In your field, Enrica, what problem would you like to solve with data science?
Okay, so bit of disclosure. I'm actually a social scientist by training.
Oh, okay, so we could switch.
Yeah, we could switch jobs. And I think with problems, yes. Well, again, because it's, and I think for me, what it can solve. I mean, I've seen the power of the technologies that is developed at CERN to solve the fundamental questions about the origins of the universe. Is incredibly powerful. So my aspirations at the CERN is continue nurturing this environment of incredibly innovative technologies to look at how we read and analyze and share and make sense of the data that we collected from the collisions to find, the answers to our fundamental questions about the universe. But even more interesting, as a social scientist, the more interesting, like what else, how else can we apply these technologies to solve societal problems? So I actually developed an SDG aspiration paper which says how do we help international organizations use some of the technologies we develop. So we work with the WHO, we work with the UNOSAT, we work with the World Food Program, we work with a number of organizations to try and solve their problems. I, for example, identify how some of the algorithms we find for ourselves can help, for example, the WHO identify how the concentration of viruses in enclosed spaces can actually predict transmission of diseases.
Thank you.
So, this is an application on society about technologies that are developed. This is on the software and data side. Of course, the impact that CERN is having on modern medicine is hopefully known by many, if not CERN.ch. Go and check it out because it's incredible.
Quick answer.
Okay.
What problem in your field would you like to solve with data science?
First, my field is all the fields, so it's hard. But I think what we all want is the well-being of society. So at the end, anything that is around the well-being of society. I think the biggest challenge we have globally is climate change now. So climate change is not an earth science problem only. It's a health science problem, and it's a social science problem. So I think it includes all of them.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yes, disaster risk reduction, I would say. Using the data science as a platform for demonstrating the multidisciplinary collaboration. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Itsuku, Merce, and Enrica. Thank you very much for being here. Thank you. So, we have the last. You make a sign. It's for the cartoon.
We have.
Yeah, yes. Exactly. Enrico, is it there already? Okay. Oh, you have a microphone. Can you just give us a short comment on that?
Yeah. So here, the solution that the chimp would like to solve is to get more bananas with data science.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. So Claire, we come to the closing here.
Yep, absolutely. We got our closing. Can we beat the chimps? There's been 8 questions which have been set by Ola Rosling, Gapminder Foundation, the Swiss Federal Statistics Office. There's been 8 so far. If you personally have got more than 3 right, you're doing better than the chimps.
Ah, but we have a 9th question.
We have a 9th question, yes.
So during 2019, there were 141 countries with national statistical plans under implementation. During 2020, this number dropped to 132. What happened in 2021?
It looks as if they think they know the answer here.
Oops.
Oh.
No, the system is slow. Still working on it.
Do we want to know the result?
Yeah, I think so, although they're still working on it. Oh, very good. Very smart. I mean, who here in the room was correct with 3 answers? Who with more than 3 answers? So you are better than the chimps, huh? No. But still some competition with chimps here, also here in the auditorium. Thank you.
I'm delighted that we've got Ola Rosling back on the line because he's going to give us some analysis of the 9 questions that we've been asking you today. Thank you, Ola. Over to you. You have about 3 or 4 minutes to do this analysis in.
Thank you very much. First, can you hear me this time?
We can.
Excellent. I'm sorry for the connection last time. Since then, I have been re-recording my presentation. I will put it on YouTube as a pre-recorded film so everyone can look at it after the conference. Okay, so I just got the results from the last question here, and I filled it out in this spreadsheet. Do you see my screen? Yes, you do. So on average, the correct answers on these questions was 41% correct. So we beat the chimps.
Hooray!
Yes, that's excellent. And I can tell you that's very easy if you pick questions that the audience know. So here are the results of all the questions with some rounding error or so. The last question has stats plan. Half of the audience got right. My fossil fuel question, only 20% got right, while my Senegal schooling question, 60% got right. So what do we learn from this? Well, I can tell you how we develop questions, just one sentence. If it's a percentage, we first ask it with lots of options, not only 3. We ask people to say, what's the percent of people with electricity? And they can pick any number. And if there is a hump on a number that is very wrong, then we turn that hump into A, and in between it to B, and the correct answer C. And thereby we limit the options, and we can clearly say how many got the right answer. Because an open answer question is hard to say you are worse than a chimp when you can pick any number. So there is a process to do better questions, and these were those that were not from me. I hadn't influenced. I would have asked them differently. But I love the idea of mimicking what we have been doing at Gapminder. One of the last speakers said, I was wrong on the last question, and that is music to my ears. A super intelligent woman telling the audience, I was wrong, and there is no embarrassment in her voice. That happens with natural science often. They are used to being wrong. In social science, there is the ambition of knowing it all, right? And that makes it more difficult when it comes to social science because it's so fed up with political opinion and prestige, I think. So we need to learn more, and everybody could hear that the last panel was, I guess, slightly higher average IQ than the rest of the room, I'm afraid. So we need to learn the best practice of being open to being wrong. And that is the initial state of factfulness. I have learned a lot today, and I'm very happy by the enormously broad participation from lots of different kinds of experts. I must remind you about the gap instinct and the single idea instinct. The perspective that if you are a data scientist, you will go look for problems that need your skills. And you will find them even if you should actually not touch some things with data science. And this is the risk with all of us who are numeric people. We want to turn everything into numbers. But Tedros actually quoted my father in his initial speech saying, Hans used to say that the world cannot be understood without statistics, but it cannot be understood with statistics alone. Always remember that. We tend to exaggerate our importance in this universe. And final little remark. Please don't call it global north and global south. For me, those are just synonyms for developing and developed countries. And where is Egypt compared to Malawi and Brazil on such a scale? If you have a divide and a gap, it's a simple way to think of it as they are behind and they are in the south. Just stop it, because you won't be able to present to me any definition of global north and global south where all of the south is of one kind. And that was one of the learnings of today. Thank you very much for organizing this, and I look forward to seeing all of you steal our content from Gapminder's website. It's free under Creative Commons. We need more competition from smart people like you. I'm so glad. This event should have happened 20 years ago. Finally, it's happening. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ola, and indeed, it's all about the phrasing of the questions to get the right answers and to be very important about how we, yes, collect and use data. And many of you have most probably read this, but this is the brilliant book called Factfulness by Hans, Ola and Anna Rosling, which one of my speakers said that she used for her PhD thesis. So I think that bears out Ola's point that it is a very informed audience here, so it's unsurprising that you beat the chimps. So thank you to Ola. Over to you, Christine.
Yes, and we would like to ask Monique Bierli and Jörg Lauber to the stage, please. So give them a warm hand, please.
Yep, please, next to Christine.
Hi.
Yes.
Hi, good to have you here. Please come in the center. Hello, Lauber, hello. So, Monique, what would you say, what are your takeaways from today?
So there are a great many, and the social scientist in me that doesn't pretend to know everything by any means would say, you know, perhaps there was a lack of critique of the power of data, of the ethical questions that emerge and so forth, but I'm not going to play that card today. I'm going to follow a more productive lens. The first, so if we're asking this question of how can we bring data producers and users together, I think it's important to underline there are, at least for me, two really big themes. One was about data visibility and dissemination. So many panelists evoke the fact that the data is there. It is out there, it is just not being disseminated, it's not being digested. So data needs to get out of its Excel sheets, it needs to get out of its CSV files, it needs to get out of the computers and out on the streets or onto our screens, presumably. I think International Geneva could have an interesting role to play with regards to that, but maybe we can discuss that later. And secondly, of course, the issue of data collaboration. Many people spoke about the fact that there's not enough collaboration across organizational boundaries. There's not enough collaboration across sectoral boundaries. What I find interesting is that a lot of the questions posed, it's not just a question for health experts or development experts or finance experts. Many of the tools and challenges that they're facing are transversal. So we need to find ways to bring together those people in one space and in one forum.
Thank you very much. And if it comes to the Geneva Graduate Institute, so is this just included in the answer you give us here?
Yeah, I mean, so our model for kind of forcing people to digest information is locking them in a room for 2 hours, throwing data at them, and then quizzing them on it 12 or 14 weeks later. No, but as the executive director at the Global Governance Center, I've been kind of tasked with trying to initiate something around SDG data. So that's itself a small little pocket of the data ecosystem. And what we basically identified with colleagues at Deloitte and the UNOG SDG lab is that there's no shared space in Geneva for bringing together what is actually a quite unique professional landscape. Geneva is home to so many international organizations, so many NGOs, many of which have their own statisticians, their own data analysts, their own data ethicists, perhaps. So it's quite unique in that regard, but we don't have a shared space for that. So we've, on a very small scale, initiated an SDG forum, which has consisted up until now of organizing mostly high-level panels from folks across these different landscapes. And with the forward thinking of organizing a series of skills workshops that basically would take case studies. So how is the ICRC, for example, using AI and bring together different actors who can sit in, listen, perhaps, you know, decide whether or not it's necessary for them to replicate, because we heard a lot about redundancies, but to get a sort of shared vision and to foster the sort of skill sharing across organizations and sectors.
Thanks for sharing this with us. Jörg Glauber.
Thank you very much. It's a little intimidating to come in so late in the day after so many smart people had such intense and fun discussions, especially my personal score was, to be honest, quite below the chimp level. I did the last one, I got it right. I would actually choose a banana now. My sugar level is quite low. But seriously, maybe 3 points, and building up on what Monique just said, you made my pitch. I'm the Swiss ambassador here, so you will not be surprised if I say one of my takeaways is you came to the right place. Geneva really has a fantastic pool of actors, all of whom collect data, different fields, health, trade, human rights, you name it, different categories, international organizations, missions, think tanks, academia, private sector. And what I think is important is, even in my recent professional experience, the awareness of the importance of data is really increasing. We need better data, better information, aggregated data to be more effective, to understand where we need to go when we discuss norms here in Geneva, or when we devise practices that feed into operation on the ground. The second point, exactly as Monique said, there is still room for improvement in how these actors work together. The Road to Bern, Georges and his team led via Geneva, where you, and with the help of some others, tried to do exactly that, bring unusual, unconventional combinations of partners together, have exchanges, and how do we collect data, how do we work with data. And I think we need to continue that. So we need to, second point, we need to continue to invest in collecting, working on data, using data, applying data. And the third point is, following up on our friend Ole, we need to respect and build on the Rosling legacy, I think, to try to address that gap between perceptions and what's the data and the reality. I really had to laugh about myself this morning when I got it completely wrong most of the time. Finally, if you allow me, from now the government side also, thank you very much to all of you. Thank you, George and your team. Thank you to Graduate Institute hosting us here. Thanks to the panelists. This was an amazing day. The president this morning asked, are we better than the chimps? Sometimes we are. Let's keep working on it. And really, I was in and out following some of it online. Great day, and I look forward to further activities. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thanks.
And just to carry on with the thank yous, a thank you to Enrico. Enrico, I don't know whether you'd just like to come up on stage and take a bow for making us smile with the cartoons. The lovely king with the data steward, and your final cartoon there. I'm craning my neck, so just talk us through it.
So this is just to say that it's not the end, it's really the beginning. So even if we were good today, we were able to be a bit better than the chimps, not significantly better. But yeah, it's the first Project Rosling event, major one, and I think it's the start of continuous race against the chimps, and yeah, we'll do it good, I think.
Thank you very, very much,
Thank you,
Enrico. Thank you also to Fiona, Verenia, Nicole, all of the backstage, Benny, who've also made this possible. I think Jorg mentioned something about bananas and energy levels. I'm not sure whether we're giving you bananas, but there is a reception. So please go and get a drink, carry on networking, and it's been an absolute pleasure. My data literacy has gone from 0 to about 2, so it's a work in progress.
Yeah, welcome to the club. Thank you very much. Thank you, Claire, also for this nice cooperation we had. Thank you from my side as well, and enjoy the evening, enjoy the drinks. Let's join there.
Thank you.
Thank you.